A child grows much as a tree grows. Children and trees alike grow for many years, during which they gradually realize the promise of their nature. But they need to be nourished and fed, cultivated and protected in order to reach their full growth. It is true that trees may grow to their full growth, to maturity, without care. But with the wild trees, many young ones are crowded out, never reaching their growth. Others rot and die before their time. And so it is with children. They will have a better chance to flourish, all of them, if they have room to grow and are cared for and loved, especially when they are small. Like a tree, a small child needs a friendly, congenial climate. A climate which comes for the child mainly from the warmth of the parents' love for each other. But even the older children flourish in such a climate. A child needs deep roots, firmly planted in a strong feeling of family. Such a child, grown to manhood or womanhood, is better able to face the storms and droughts of adult life. But let us see how a man can grow his trees and his children. What a man and his wife can do and be to help their children or their trees best fulfill their own nature. When Juan Tomas plants trees, he picks the best soil he can find. A man and his wife are themselves the earth from which their children grow. But this earth is made up of more than just the bodies of the parents. There are other things in it, difficult to see, with which we nourish our children. There is an inner strength and dignity and gentleness that can flow out from a woman who is happy and content with her husband. With such a quality in her, a woman can love children, all children, more warmly, more freely.
De cuántas hojas bordan el suelo, ya de los lirios.
The children who are raised in an atmosphere in which there is love flourish and are fortified by it.
Verde palmar, ya del soberbio verde palmar.
There is the respect that a man may have for himself. This too can fortify those around him. For when a man truly respects himself, when he feels deep inside without having to think about it, I am what I am, no better and no worse, and I find it good. Such a man sees the true value in each person around him and accepts it as good. And because such a man and how he feels has a strong influence in his house, each person in it, even the very little one, feels also that he is of some value and importance. All of them can feel deep inside without having to think about it. I am what I am, and I find it good, because my Father finds it good. The man who understands trees or children can be firm, but he can also be patient and gentle. When a young child is old enough to dig holes, it is useless for a father to get angry and say, "Don't dig." He would not say to a tree, "Don't grow." A wise parent understands that playing is part of the growing of a child, part of the business of learning how to be a man.
How's living? How's flipping? How's flipping? Why are you all 6-7ing me? I'm 60. I'm 60 years old. I'm not 67, okay? Like, you're not gonna... This isn't gonna get me emotionally. You know what is interesting, though, is like...
60.
Yeah, there you go. That's the number.
67.
Oh. Why are you all 6-7ing me? Stop 6-7ing me.
Hi, hey, hola, old man. You sound defeated.
I do sound a bit defeated. I think that's because, like, I had multiple things happen today. 90% of my emotional turmoil.
New number 60, 60, 60, 60, 60.
Okay. 90% of my emotional turmoil today has not been at all because of, it's not been because of anything that I can share on stream, because like it's way too specific to a situation that I don't think, first of all, I don't think anyone would relate to. Second of all, I don't think anyone, or I think it would give away too much about my personhood that I'm not going to. But it's like, needless to say, it's like, it's got nothing to do with me. It's like, as per usual, and this is just a trend that I think I've noticed in life, where I have done no wrong. I've never done any wrong. I have been perfect and amazing, and I'm the best person to ever live. And the sins of my ancestors, or like my previous incarnations, have come and take their place just to fuck with me a little bit more, you know? That's generally, that's just how it goes. But today was one of those days that was like a reminder that, like, yeah, like this is like a reminder that you can do everything right and still and bad things can still happen to you, and it is what it is. Anyways, that's like a rather grim note to start on. I assure you that the rest of the stream is going to be lighthearted. But before we get to the lightheartedness, so on, have you considered that sometimes bad shit happens to good people randomly? Yeah, I can't believe that. It keeps doing it. It keeps happening to me. What do you want from me? Anyways, that's like a very sour note to start with. So I'm gonna like go into the
Stream
fun
Elements
stuff.
bot running
Shut
robot
up, shut
base.
up, shut up,
Learn
shut
how
up,
to
shut up.
customize the bot here. https://docs.streamelements.com.
You know what? Fuck. I'm just. You know what? Like, let's do that first. Let's just do that first. Let's just customize on stream element. Let's just. What the hell do you even do on stream element? Okay, let's do it. Getting started. Dude, there's so many words. Open the command creation tool. Say, mention, reply, whisper.
I think you say we can't relate to you because you're secretly an umamuzume.
Not so secret now that it's been exposed. Fucking stream elements. I'm sorry. I'm gonna... I'm like old and bitter because I'm 60 years old. Anyways, like I'm gonna start off before I even get to the allegations, just with like a humble kind of meditation on, because okay, I had this thought today.
Hello, :_chair heart. So are you actually a Tsundere and you actually like us?
I'm gonna get to that.
_chair tomato.
I'm gonna get to that. The short answer is in the description. I'll get to the long answer in a bit. But I'm gonna start with this. I was with one of my grandkids today, and I was like helping him with some work, right? And I basically was like, hey, I asked him to like do something. I walked away to do something else, and I was like, you do this while I'm gone. I'll come back and I'll check your answers, right? And it was like a very basic, like, it was a very basic question. If anyone's familiar, no, you're not. No one here, everyone here is like American. Everyone here is American, so you won't relate, you understand this, but it was a really simple part of a mock examination, basically, and my grandkid was like, yeah, sure, okay. And like my grandkid's usually, this one was usually like he's good, like he can handle shit. He's just lazy and he has no like discipline in like when he needs to, but or at least when I want him to, but then he can lock in what he needs to lock in, right? So anyways, most of the battle is like just getting him to like actually lock in. Your nephew has a job at 5 years old. That's not what I'm talking about. So when he locks in though, he can like get shit done, and he is very capable, and he knows that, or at least he like uses that to his advantage to like get away with not doing any work, because he's like, I'm just gonna lock in when I need to, and then it'll be great. So today I was just like, okay, why don't you do this really easy thing, and then we'll go from there, right? Whatever, just do this really easy thing. And like he knew it was an easy thing too. So I walked away, came back, and then checked his work, and it was like dead wrong. It was like a very easy question, and it was dead wrong, and he was like so embarrassed that he kind of like just like scribbled up, like he just kind of like drew over the paper and was like, you know, fuck this, I'm not doing this. And then like he scrunched up the paper and like put it aside and just kind of like put his head down in defeat. And I was just thinking about that moment, because he's like, you know, he's still a kid, but he's not 5 years old, right? He's old enough to swear, and for me to just not bother telling him to like watch his language, like and I had a very genuine moment of introspection where it was many things. One layer of it was like I saw myself in him a little bit, or in like back in ye old days, because I'm 60 now, maybe like 40 something odd years ago I was like that. Now I'm not, because I've grown and matured, but back then I can remember not being able to accept my own inadequacies in some way, or like, you know, to accept that, for example, I could make mistakes, and to feel super embarrassed by it, because it's like I placed a lot of my value, I placed a lot of my like sense of self-worth in being able to get things right, that when I couldn't, it felt incredibly frustrating. But the thing is, in order to get things right, you need to get things wrong first, or at least that is one of the quickest ways to get things right, is to make a mistake and then learn from that mistake. And you can't communicate that with someone that's like, you know, it's with a kid. You can't really do that. You can't communicate with someone and tell them that, because they're not gonna get it. They're gonna be like, yeah, whatever, old man, sure, unk. You know, I'm gonna get unked, and I'm gonna get 6-7'd, which is what you guys did to me just now when I started the stream. And like and it pained me a little bit, because I was like, I just wish that I could pass this lesson on to you sooner, so you wouldn't have to like suffer even more to eventually arrive at my point. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't. Or at least I couldn't find a way to do that. And then like the really, really, really sobering thought was like, that could be like you. You, person watching this stream, like escaping from your responsibilities by watching a VTuber, like that kid could be you. Like you could be that person. And if you're that person, like I feel some sense of like responsibility and like repeatedly nagging you and telling you like, look, you gotta like actually try, okay? You gotta actually put some work in, like get a little bit of elbow grease, and most importantly, you need to learn how to fail, like if you haven't learned that already, because if you haven't learned to fail yet, it's going to hurt even more when you do eventually fail, because you're eventually going to fail at something, and something bad is going to happen to you. And I just like, in my heart, I really want you to be able to learn that, to be able to almost like run through the simulations in your head, so that when the real thing happens, it's like, it's not as bad. But like but that doesn't work like that, you know? You kind of have to fuck up. You've got to fuck up yourself. I got distracted. What did you say? I was listening to some other VTuber and reading manga. You are running away from things you should be confronting. And the sooner you confront it, the less it'll hurt. It is a bit like a band-aid. Or maybe not sooner, but the more you confront it, the less it will hurt. So it's not a band-aid, but it's more like a training arc. Don't you think there is value in going through that yourself? Would you rather not have gone through the experience of learning that? No, but I would have, like... Well, okay. Hardship is inevitable, but I would have liked someone to fucking tell me that. Or at least in a way that's, like, helpful. And what I mean is, like, not just to say, you know, well, tough shit, kid, you're gonna eat shit in life because bad things will happen. It's not so much that, it's more like... Things will get better and worse, but you are only going to improve. Because you are going to be able to take all of these experiences with you. And, like, every day you are a stronger, better person. And the thing is, like, if you can simulate struggle in your head, and then go out in the real world and have to deal with it for real, then it hurts less, but you still gain the same experience. It is a bit like a vaccine, maybe. Like, the way I think, the analogy I would use is, like, I feel like you should get vaccinated by the existential, crushing, like, torture of failure and inadequacy and having your source of sense of self-worth, having your sense of self-worth be shaken from time to time is fine and it's healthy, but it will feel really bad. As the eldest sister, I try to help my siblings so they don't have to do all the crap I had to go through. So I think it's like inevitably they'll have to go through it, but you know, when they navigate it, they'll be a little wiser, right? Hopefully, because they'll have someone to follow. Is the idea, right? Is the kind of the goal. I think, like, thinking back to just this and like why do I go live and play House Flipper other than to rant about shit is probably like because deep down I feel as though in some way, just by normalizing probably mature, hopefully mature, responses to stress or responses to just the general fucked upness of the world right now, and blending that alongside very more casual, down-to-earth, approachable stuff like streaming a video game as an anime character. In doing so, I can, I hate to say pass. It's not. I'm not okay. I hate to say pass on the wisdom. So what else should I say? I can normalize. I can make it not seem that scary. Maybe is the idea. Like, it's gonna happen. You are gonna eat shit, and you're not gonna stop eating shit until you die. But you're also gonna experience other things that are nicer. Whatever. I don't know where to go with this, but like I had a moment of like, people need to hear this. Because I would have wanted to hear this, and I didn't hear this. Because, you know, like, in my formative years, the role models I had, or at least the people I could watch or look up to, were not very, like, they were very abstract, and they were very, like, the heroes were, like, you know, the astronauts, the TV stars, the celebrities, and they were, like, they were all very larger than life, and they couldn't really ever... They wouldn't ever be like, hey, sometimes, like, life sucks. Sometimes things get really bad and, like, it's horrible, but it's okay. And it's like, it happens to everyone. Like, that wasn't normalized to me because everything you see on, like, TV or, like, everything you hear in the radio, right? Or everything you watch or are exposed to, at least when I was younger, and I'm 60 years old, right? Was cherry-picked moments from people who, I don't want to say have it all, but don't struggle as much. Because if you're on TV, you probably have a kind of cushy life. I don't know. Realized as an older sister, I couldn't teach the things that matter to my brother. He had to learn those things himself, and it sucks to have to stand back and watch him eat shit, but like he had to. Yeah, it's that's kind of like the feeling of it, where it's like I think they have to, but it could be less bad, you know. I feel as though it could be a little
being Tsundere.
Easier. Hello, Phi. Imagine indeed. Couldn't be me. I would never be me. Sorry, I just had to like get this thought out of my head because otherwise the gloom is gonna consume me forever. But it's not like a gloom. It's like it's a gloom initially that's turned into like a motivation. Because like you know, eventually people learn. Eventually they'll like grow. And like I'm the person that I wish I had growing up. So that's pretty cool, right? That is more than I'm already like. I'm doing more for the people around me than the people around me back then were doing for me. So that in itself is already a small victory. You step to that and you go further, and then I start thinking about like audience metrics, and then I think like, is it suicide? Is it like career suicide, or like VTuber suicide to just do this and not appeal to the algorithm at all? Should I start making clickbait content so more people will watch? And then that way, like, I can actually start telling them about, like, how it's okay to fail in life, and, like, you should tie your sense of self-worth to the fact that you are a human being and you deserve to be valued and loved and whatever, instead of, you know, having to perform to a certain metric or standard arbitrarily set to you by society. Like, you know, maybe I should start playing Genshin Impact. So then people will start watching, and then I could talk to the Genshin Impact players who probably need to hear it the most about how you should go out and like talk to people and then ask them about their hobbies and then listen to them and then make eye contact, you know, like, you know, all that. Just soy jack in your thumbnail. That'll work. The clickbait pill is always tempting. It always is. It always is. Saying this like you don't play Genshin in your free time. No, I do. And that's why I know, okay? You have to understand that I know this because I am this. I know this because I was there. I was like, I am future you. I am you from the view. I'm 60 years old. I've gone through your shit. I'm not someone who's grown up in like very different circumstances, okay? Sure, the historical context could have been different because I'm 60 years old and I get confused by 6'7" thing. But, you know, but these are things I can understand, like through through one well-meaning teenager finally explaining to me. I don't care how bad it gets. I'm not playing Genshin on a live stream. Well, speaking of Genshin on a live stream, I didn't promote this because I am an idiot and I forgot, but I did actually talk to fellow VTuber Millennium about this, who I've collabed with. You probably remember Millennium. We have done 2 collab streams by now. She's by far the person I've collabed with the most, by virtue of having done it twice. But we're gonna play Genshin tomorrow. I'm not gonna stream it because I'm not streaming Genshin Impact, but I'm gonna play it with her, and we're gonna do it on her channel. So you can like go watch that if you want. And then like, so that's good. I'm gonna do that first, and then probably 2 hours after usual Karasufanor stream time is when I'll start my stream, which is like scrolling r/kitchen cells. Kitchen cells, yeah. Which is, if you haven't heard, probably the most beautiful subreddit you'll ever grace your eyes upon this week. Sorry, I hit my table. Okay, I've sat here and the sun is going down now, so I should probably start going on a job. This is my house. This is my bathroom. It's well renovated. I know it says you can buy shower and mount it here, but there's already a shower mounted here. So I don't know what their deal is. Anyways, this is a really nice house. I've got like soup and a gun next to my bedside, which is everything you really need. Oh, they're on. I have no lights on. I have no lights yet. Well, we have a lot of windows for like the natural lighting, so it doesn't matter really. It's just, we're gonna go into a job now. It's Christmas once again. Dear Mr. or Mrs., I've always loved my winter house. Beautiful views and absolute privacy. What else could one want? Unfortunately, the events of last Christmas spoiled it for me. Let's just say I gave my heart away like a fool and couldn't stand the festive surroundings. So I left the house as it was. This year, though, I met someone special I'd like to celebrate the holiday with once again. I don't have time to visit the place up front, so could you prepare it for me? I think it'll only need some cleaning and decor changing. Happy Christmas, Mikey George. Is Millennium starting from the beginning, or is she starting from Flynn's story quest? She's starting from the beginning, I think. Yeah. What do you mean you'll suffer my aesthetic taste? AOL has door sound opening. What is that? Oh, that's like the... Stay here. Wait, there are different parts of this. Aren't there? This is a really nice lodge. Ooh. I could get used to this. Oh, I could get used to anything else right now. This is... Wow, this is really nice. What am I even doing here? I guess I'll, like, shovel snow. Remove trash, remove snow drifts, clean dirt. Okay, whatever. Where's the front door? Is this the... This is not the front door. That's, like, the... That's the bedroom. Where's the front door? There's trash. Oh, we just dispose of the whole bin? Okay. I can't walk through the bushes. Why would you try to do that, Karasufanor? This is the entrance. This is not the entrance. Where the heck is the entrance? I'm stuck. I'll get into the house and I'll start addressing the allegations. Don't rush me. Your house fills me with the same type of dread as an Asmongold clip. My feet. We're starting strong today, aren't we? All right. I can no amount of horrible home decor could compare to that feeling. Come on, you are overstating this. That isn't how you feel. This is not how you feel at all. You're engaging in a little bit of hyperbole. You're engaging in a little bit of hyperbole right now. Okay. Address the allegations. Okay. What do I address first? I have, like, many allegations to address. I'm not sure which one to address first. I would imagine that, like, you want to hear the main one in the thumbnail. Probably.
Name
but that
5
one
Disney
is gonna take
princesses,
a while.
otherwise you hate you women. Go.
Belle, Elsa, Snow White, who's the Rapunzel, who's the girl from Brave? Fuck. She's Scottish. Daisy is a princess from Mario Brothers
Fuck,
Nintendo. Shit. Did I say Snow White? I've said Snow White, right? Sleeping Beauty. Those are not her names, right? Is Sleeping Beauty her name? Fuck. You did. Elsa's a queen. She was a princess before queen, right? Or was she just queen by default? I actually don't know. Was she at any point a princess? She must have been, right? She must have been, please. I need this, please. I need this. She was a princess first, yes. Okay, then I got it. There you go. Still got it. Still got it. Still got it. Hello, late to stream. Sorry, hello, late. She was 5. There you go. All 5-year-old girls are princesses. Most of them are princesses. So, you know what? That works for me. That works for me. That is the door to the room. This is a door to another room. I have to buy shit. There's trash around here. Oh, there it is. He's yet to address our list of allegations. I do indeed. Also, I need to, like, remove everyone's rights. Hold on. Let me go do that first. How do I remove everyone's rights? Okay. Alright, there you go. Say goodbye to your privileges. Say goodbye to your rights. There should be one more to remove. Let's see. Community moderation. There we go. All my
This is
moderators are
censorship.
gone. It is. Indeed it is. I'm so glad you've noticed. It's normally it's not good, but it's actually good when I do it, because when I do it, I know what's best to be censored and silenced, because I'm like infinitely wise, and this is the end of history as we know it. I'm like paraphrasing one of my Philosopher friends who loves to claim that as a point for a larger, like, argument, but I'm not gonna get into that. What the hell that is. You are oppressing women and the men too, and anyone who's not either of those. So really, I don't see what the problem is. What if we're both? Okay, then, like, you get your rights removed twice. If you are greedy enough to be both, then, like, I'm sorry. Then your rights are removed twice. 2 times. 2 times right removal. So, you've gone from 2 rights to 0 rights, I think? I don't know. -2 to whatever your rights were, originally. -2. There we go. I was going to the comments, hold on. If you don't answer before I leave, I'll assume you're a Tsundere. Okay, that depends on when you're leaving. Because I really don't want to answer this. No, I don't have a prepared response. That's the only reason why I'm like worried. No, I'm not worried, but I'm hesitant to. Because I would just launch into it right away if I'd prepared a response, but I hadn't because I didn't have any time to. I was going to, but I didn't have any time to. My depression is kicking the shit out of me today. Can you be nice to me? Okay, you can have your rights for today, Anna. Just for today, and then I'm taking them back when you feel better. I don't know what those rights are yet, but like, you know, but they're gone, like the moment you feel better. What the hell? Where did that fall from? Okay. I think they just bounced. Okay. Dorito. Hot chip. In 30 minutes. Okay. Life is kicking the shit out of him too, but we ain't any nicer because of it. Yeah. because I am more entertaining when I'm suffering, I think is the idea. That's like the overall theme. That's like that's the lesson I've learned from the Halloween streams. Like the entire month of October I realized, yeah, I think people like watching me suffer. That's an enjoyable pastime to you. And I must, through my suffering, achieve what I intend to achieve. Before, I don't know before what, but before I die from a heart attack probably, because I'm like 60 years old, right? 97% trash moves, what's left?
It's actually been on a downward slope for the past week and a half, but of course the rest of the time I didn't ask for specific permission. Okay, well, look, you have my leniency and condolences or whatever, if that counts for anything. I suppose I'll address the allegations now, okay? The allegations are, well, there's like a list of them. I'm gonna read through the, sorry, I hit my microphone. I'm gonna read through the entire list of allegations right now, and we're gonna start from probably the one you clicked on, or you clicked for. First, okay, I'm just gonna go through them not in no specific order, okay? First allegation, I break spaghetti in half. Second allegation, I am pregnant and who is the father? That was phrased more as a question, but whatever. Third, or I'm not going to count them, but I am a misogynist. Is it true you eat eggs more often than the average person? Are you a wizard? Are you literally Patrick Bateman? Can you use chopsticks? Do you hide evidence for the ability to lick your own elbows? Are you maidenless? Are you a Tsundere? Tsundere, I think, I don't know, whatever the hell that is. Is it true that you had a one-night stand with Aristoteles? I think Aristotle was the character. Is it true that you had a blooper reel at the end of your first apology video? Is Parrot a crow or a raven?
Crow. It's not an allegation, it's a question. And I feel like at this point people started to drift away from the allegations because they just, you know, the inability to formulate those has been troubling indeed. Do you purposely stream my favorite games when I work so I can't see it? Is it true that you crashed out at the Birmingham Pride Parade in 1991 and you were really hammered? That was like a specific detail in that. Did you open the door to the Vienna Academy of Film for Werner Herzog to let him steal a film camera? I wrote film actor, but I realized I wrote that wrong. A film camera. Did you use a time machine to what the hell did I write? To baby Tarantino? Did you use a time machine to go back in time to baby Quentin Tarantino and show him feet pics? I could tell you no right now, but anyways, did you throw the first brick at Stonewall? Did you shoot Archduke Ferdinand? Are you a lesbian? Did you cause the Great Molasses Flood in Boston in 1927?
Hello from Justice.
Hello, Justice.
Hi Tia.
Hello. Did you orchestrate the St. Valentine's Massacre? Did you give Herbert Hoover financial advice leading to the Great Depression in 1929? Would you play mermaids? This is not an allegation, guys. These are not allegations. Some of them are allegations, some of them are not even allegations. Some of these are just questions. Did you give Cazador arcane knowledge for his ascension, for his right of... And then, like, I didn't write any more, but I think this is Baldur's Gate 3 Astarion lore. Did you direct Ratatouille? Did you start the Black Plague? Please address the Parrot mistreatment. Will you give him a 401k? Does Parrot get dental? And finally, the question on the front of the... I was gonna say the front page. On the front of the thumbnail... On the thumbnail of this stream. Is it true that you actually like us? There you go. That's the list of allegations. And, like, I have them pulled up. But do you break pasta in half? No, man. No. Okay, we're gonna start... Do I have to start from that? I do not break pasta in half. Because that's like the wrong way to do it. This is an objectively wrong instruction. So, here's something about me is, like, I will not follow an objectively wrong instruction. Like, I will fuck up by not knowing that instructions exist. And I might fuck up by you know, having a a weak sense of intuition as I try to improv my way through something. But I wouldn't follow, like, a bad instruction. Or I wouldn't do something so obviously bad. Or so obviously wrong. So no, I do not break spaghetti in half. Anyone who breaks spaghetti in half instead of just putting it straight in the pot and waiting for it to get soft and fall down to gravity is fucking silly. I think you are yeah, no, I agree with that. I think anyone who does that needs to, like, go back to school.
Well, I start splitting my pasta in half now since you don't.
Don't do that. Why would you do that? There's no reason to, like, I actually just don't think there's any reason to do that. Because it was designed, like... That shit was designed to sink into the pot. After a while. Like, the whole thing. Why would you break it? Why? I like the sound it makes. That's the worst. That is... I'm not even going to. Oh Oh my god. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I'm just... I'm just actually thinking about the prospect of someone doing this. No. No, no, no. Where am I even emptying this snow? I break it more than twice. I don't want to hear from you anymore, Lynn, and I'm very glad that I removed your rights. I'm so glad that your rights are gone and non-existent alongside everyone else's, but especially your rights. Is there a reason addressing allegations is happening concurrently with interior decorating? It was something to do. When I like eventually have to do my apology video in response to like the 1,000, is it like 1,000 pages? Like 1,000 pages. The 1,000-page Google Docy, then like it's gonna the 1,000-page Google
when I cook
Docy.
for my nieces cause they kinda choke on the long pasta.
That's not real. You can't choke on pasta. That's like incorrect. That's incorrect. They need to get good. Or they need to have different types of pasta, not like spaghetti. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think like when I actually go and do my apology video in response to the 1,000-page Google Docy about me being a misogynist or whatever, like I'm gonna have to do like my chores in the background as I do the apology video. Like I'll have to be like snacking on something, and then also just maybe have something in the oven that I like, and midway through the apology I kind of go like, hang on, sorry, I've got something like cooking right now, I'm gonna be right back, and then like it'll be a pre-recorded video and I will not edit that part out. You're gonna just sit there for 4 minutes in silence before I come back and go like, yeah, okay, my chicken was done. Anyways, what was I saying? That's the way that's gonna roll out. Day 31 of being glad I'm not Karasufanor. I understand. Not everyone can bear this glorious burden. It's gotta have CSGO surfing in the background as well. $15 more minutes because I gotta go log in. Okay. We'll address the we'll address the Tsundere allegations now. And I'm gonna just pull up a definition for this so I can like define Tsundere. There's like an accompanying image. There's an accompanying image of the Tsundere as well. That is so funny. Do you see this? This is like the accompanying image. This is the accompanying image in the Wikipedia article.
That's literally you.
That is not me. It's not me. Shut up. I'm putting that away. Whatever. Tsundere, pronounced Tsundere, is a Japanese term for a character development process that depicts a character with an initially harsh personality who gradually reveals a warmer, friendlier side over time. The word is derived from the terms tsuntsun, an adverb, morosely, aloofly, off-puttingly, and dere, adverb, in a lovey-dovey or infatuated manner. Originally found in Japanese Bishoujo games, the word is now part of the otaku moe phenomenon, reaching into other media. The term was made popular in the visual novel Kimi ga Nozomu Ein. Manga author Ken Akamatsu lists Tsundere as one of the special cases in his definition of moe. The person feeling it must be stronger. The object of moe is weak and dependent, like a child, on the person, or is in a situation where she cannot oppose, like a maid. Tsundere only. There will be times where the stronger and weaker role is reversed. The concept has received increasing attention in Japan, with a maid cafe named Nagomi in Akihabara started having tsundere events in 2006, and tsundere-themed products released, like Tomiko's portable television set, and the concept increasingly reflected in recent anime, from an extended discussion of the meaning of the concept and its origin on the internet in Lucky Star's Lucky Channel segment, classifying the characters according to tsundere-ness. Tsundere characters are typically introduced as being critical toward and looking down upon the main character. Often as the story progresses, tsundere characters eventually warm up to the main character, sometimes to the point of falling in love. They usually find it very hard to admit these feelings, some outright deny them. Okay, that's like everything I wanted to read was like there. All right, that was all the information, right? Can't believe Wikipedia doxed you. Okay, basically you go hump with a blushing angry face. I know you're using magic to hide your ponytail, I just can't prove it. I don't have a ponytail, man. I briefly considered it when my hair was a little longer, but since then it's not been as long. To see Karas's Dere side, you have to become a VTuber he respects and wait for him to slide into your DMs. That is... I have to like... Do I have to add more? You're giving me more work. I have to add that to the list of allegations as well. It's that we're never gonna get this done. We're never getting this done. Anyways. Here are a couple reasons why that's not true. First of all, tsundere is a term for the development process that depicts a character with an initially harsh personality who gradually reveals a warmer, friendlier side. I do not have a side that I have not revealed yet that is like warmer and gradually going to be revealed. This is who I am. This is an authentic depiction of me as a person. Except for the fact that like I'm an anime character. And like I'm playing a video game. But like, you know, beyond that, it is a complete and authentic version of myself that's being shown to you that is under no process of development. At the very least, no development where I become warmer or friendlier, because I'm already warm and friendly. I am actually the most warm and friendliest person you will ever meet in your life. Why? Because I won't lie to you. Okay, I don't know if I'm the warmest, friendliest person, but I'm the warmest, friendliest VTuber, okay? Because I'm not going to pretend to like you. Everyone else is going to pretend to like you, except for people I know, because then they're real people. Everyone who makes content, who is not someone I know, is lying and wrong. So don't go, oh, but what about Exeon? No, I've streamed with him. He's like a real person. I've streamed with him. He's a real person, so he's exempt from this rule because he's like, because I've spoken to them. Anyone else I've not spoken to, they will lie. Who makes content, they will lie to you and they will pretend like they like you, but like we all know that you are unlikable, and it would be impossible to actually like you. That's the gist, right? That's the idea. Okay, that was like really mean. That was You have spoken to us. Okay, well, I don't know, man. Shit, it's falling apart. Anyone I have spoken to not on the Karasufanor Discord, because that doesn't count. Anyways, so why Kamiyoshi doesn't like me? Your Kamiyoshi probably likes the concept of you, but not you as a person. Okay, allow me to drift away from the irony as everyone leaves in anger and panic because they're like, oh no, this guy's insulting me now and making me feel negative emotions. Allow me to be a little clearer in what I actually want to say and remove the hyperbole for a second, okay? I hope this isn't too loud, but I have to do some cleaning as well while I do this, right? But what I mean is, like, no one who's online and virtual can actually know you as from the perspective of like someone who makes content. And so all of the niceties you will receive are presumed niceties that are, you know, it's common courtesy. It's a gesture. It's like they're being nice because it's the nice thing to do. Not because they want to be nice to you. They don't know you. You don't know them. You have a vague idea of who they are, and perhaps a little bit clearer of an image of them than they have of you, but all their impression of you is, I can't see myself in the mirror, why is that? Sorry. But all their impression of you is just someone who shows up, and this is like from the content creator perspective, right? Someone who shows up in their videos or in their comments or in their live chats saying probably nice positive things, and they will respond to nice positive things with nice positive things back. But they don't know you as a person. And so, like, you can engage in this exchange of niceties and this faux relationship, but it's like, it's not a real experience with another human being. And so what I'm doing is I'm making it very clear to you what is reality and what is fiction, so you will understand that you're probably like a person, and you're not the worst person ever, but you're also not the best person ever. You are probably just a person. So my Kamiyoshi hates me. No, your Kamiyoshi doesn't hate you, because your Kamiyoshi would have to know you to hate you. Your Kamiyoshi doesn't know you. Unless your Kamiyoshi is like your IRL like friend or your like partner or whatever. Like then you know, then I guess you do know them. But like your theory does not stand up to scrutiny. Gotta get some better arguments. I treat people with respect because it aligns with my values as justice incarnate.
Chairman believes two people interacting through an impersonation medium doesn't classify as social interaction.
Sort of. So I'm not saying I'm gonna disrespect you or like you deserve disrespect. That is not true. Okay, like I'm not mean to you to be disrespectful. I'm mean to you because like you need to like learn. That's not true. I'm not even mean to anyone. I'm actually so nice. I'm actually like the nicest person. I don't even know why you would say that I'm mean to you. I'm never mean to you. But if I were, and then I didn't know. I'm never. What's the series of arguments from like what's the chain of gaslight? It's like I never did that, and if I did, no. I never did that, and if you thought so, you're wrong. And if I actually did that, then I didn't mean it. And if I did mean it, it wasn't that bad. How many times have you contradicted yourself already? It's like, it's part of it, okay? You gotta understand, this is part of the greater, like, answer. This is, like, part of the whole answer, okay? This is 100% all planned. Anyways, what the hell was this, the other bit? I'm not harsh initially. I'm just harsh. And I'm harsh because I need to be. Okay? That's why. Because these truths are not self-evident enough for everyone on the internet. That's the narcissist ray. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. And with that, the harshness and the perceived actually, what if you were secretly in love with me bit is dissolved because I couldn't be, because I don't know you. And that is something you will have to, like, forging a relationship with someone can only be done when you know the person, or when you get to know the person. Where's the trash that I must remove? Where? It should be around here. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Whatever. I don't think anyone's saying you're in love with them. Then I'm not a tsundere. Then that is an incorrect definition. And therefore it does not stand. The other bit, hold on, where was the other bit? The person feeling it must be stronger. The object of moe is weak and dependent on the person, or is in a situation where it cannot oppose. Yeah, I don't know how to like deal with that bit yet, because I'm not actually sure what that says. I'm going to be honest with you. We're saying that you actually like and respect us as an audience despite your bravado, which I guess you don't. I fucking fell off! Sorry. So that is true, but it's not in spite of my bravado. It is because I need to be this way and honest, because I can't like lie to you, man. Like not gonna lie to you. That would be cruel. That would be cruel. Lying to you and saying like, hey guys, I love all of you and you're great, objectively, is a lie, because I don't know you. I can tell you things that are true. And that's all I can do. Because if I tell you, or at least things that I'm willing to stick my neck out for and claim to be somewhat truthful. Bye, thank you for the stream. Okay, I'm sorry, that wasn't very good. See you later, Estella. My headcanon is that you are a Tsundere. Anyways, like, I don't actually, like, know what the word means. I hope was clear from that answer. It's like, I just made all that up. I don't know what a Tsundere is. I don't know why you keep calling me that. I don't know what it entails. But I don't really lie. So I guess that's gotta contradict something.
Are you satisfied with the state and composition of your community?
Am I satisfied with the state and composition of the community? Yeah, I am, probably. This is kind of what I wanted, I guess. From a consequentialist perspective, I don't see how being harsh contributes to the greater good. Seems more like an attempt at personal branding. The greater good... I have, like, several responses to that if I actually, you know, wanted to sit down and, like, really think about it. The first one is, the implication in that, like, objection that personal branding cannot lead to a greater good in any sense. And that, I think, requires a lot of elaboration from me on what the project actually is while I, like, shovel snow. Where's the last bit? No, this is like a mop situation. Yep, okay, there we go. The compounded effect of my stream buffering and the answer being no, and I actually do hate you all, is gonna make me crash out. Okay, like, I actually love you guys, and I cherish this community, and you guys are great, and I wouldn't be doing this if people didn't show up, and everyone's really nice and unnecessarily kind that it's almost off-putting to me, and I don't know how to deal with it. There, now your day's ruined. Now I fucked up your day. Now, this is worse. Now I made things worse. That has caused irreparable damage. That has caused irreparable damage to the project, as it were. I don't know whether to believe you. Don't believe me. Believe in yourself. You can't believe me because you don't know me. You have to believe in yourself. You have to make judgments that you think are going to be truthful, and you're going to interrogate them yourself and also bring them up on stream, and then I will interrogate them with you, and thusly you come out of this a stronger person. And if you are occasionally sad and need some sort of uplifting, I'm not very good at that, but like I think other people here can do that better, so you should ask them for that, I guess. I mean, truthfully, like, I'm probably not great at uplifting because I don't really... Like, a lot of the work of uplifting someone, or, like, I mean in, like, a mood, not, like, in a sort of in like a developmental sense of uplifting, or in like a wider philosophical sense of uplifting, but in like a strictly like, hey man, I'm having a shitty day, can you like make me feel better, is based on just kind of like saying shit that might not necessarily be true, but you know is like something the person would want to hear. And I don't know how comfortable I am with that yet. Like, I can do it, and I have done it, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Because like I want to believe deep down that like people can just, that like that's not my job, like, or that shouldn't be what I should be doing. I don't know. The rest of the people that I talked to have been trying for the past week and a half. For what it's worth, it just hasn't done anything. I mean, like, yeah, it sucks. I don't know, like, because I don't really, like, there's no cure. There's no magic cure, I think. I don't think there's a magic cure for being in, like, a foul mood. Or just not having, like, a good day or week or whatever. You can obviously deal with the problem itself, and that is probably like the and I hate to like I hope it's not unnecessarily gendered, but this is something I've observed, so to call me out and tell me I'm not woke enough or whatever if this feels unnecessarily gendered to you, but that does kind of feel like majority male response to someone's struggle is to offer like a solution, and is to tell them like, hey, this is how you fix your problem, let's analyze it objectively, here are the steps we should take to improve upon it. And that's it. Whereas, like, a lot of times people just kind of want to rant. And they want to be heard. They want to feel heard. They just kind of want to get it off their chest. And then that kind of is part of the healing process. I think most importantly, though, no one can read your mind. Or no one can read into your soul and be a psychic. For better or for worse. You are the one ultimately responsible for yourself. Or at least you should be, I think. And I don't mean should in like a prescriptive, like you must, like Jordan Peterson clean your room sense. I mean like there is a moral obligation, I think, that we as a society have to ensure that people have agency over themselves. Or at least feel and are able to embrace and utilize their agency of themselves to make choices that they don't regret. You know? Nothing even happened, like it's entirely mental. Yeah, so that's the hard bit. That's like, that's the shit that's hard to deal with. Because if something happened, you can be like, okay, I'll address the problem. But if nothing happened at all, you're just sitting there like, what the hell is wrong with what's going on? And then you kind of go to like, what is wrong with me? Like, why am I doing this? And that kind of sends you in a spiral because you're like, I'm doing this to myself, and like this is my fault that I feel so shitty. And you like misunderstand the idea that of like personal agency that I'm trying to like perhaps touch upon here, where it's not like everything is your fault and you feeling bad is your fault too, and you're making another mistake. It's like what is it like? It's like you're the greatest help to yourself, I guess. Sleeping is a hard reset button for me. It now it works for me too, Fi. But like I think back a while ago, I want to say maybe like, okay, I have to be like really genuine now because this topic warrants me to be like serious and not fuck around and be annoying for once. Okay, let's be serious for like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. And then we'll go back to like the list of allegations and start talking about Tsundere or whatever, right? I, for a while, years ago, this is right before I started streaming. Maybe right before? Yeah, right before. And it honestly kind of continued on to when I first started streaming too, and only started petering out. When did it start petering out? It started petering out like 2025, I guess. But for a while, I did suffer from like hypersomnia. And that really sucked because for like most of my life, sleeping was like the answer to like everything. Like if I felt tired or if I felt awful, it was probably because I didn't have enough sleep, because of the stress or because of having to do shit. And I found that like having a day just to like sleep, taking a day off from whatever the hell it is I was like, working on, and just sleeping, like that helped a lot. Until like, that bit happened and I started sleeping like 10, 12, 14 hours a day. I think at one point I slept like, at multiple points I slept for 24 hours. Like I would go to sleep and then I would wake up 12 hours later to go to the toilet. And then I didn't even eat anything. I went back to sleep for another 12 hours and then woke up at the same time that I went to sleep the night before. And I wasn't energized at all either. Like, it wasn't like, oh, now that I've slept for 24 hours, I feel way better about myself and I can work or whatever. No, I felt awful. Like, I felt even worse. Because then I was like, I fucking slept for a whole 24 hours and didn't do anything. Yeah. So, and that, like, happened. And I think How did I get out of that? I don't think I really, like... I realized that it was because of the compounding stress of like my situation in general. And later I realized that like this is not that, like, there was a reason. I just didn't know. I just didn't think that was the reason because I was trying to like close it off in my mind. Like I was trying to, I think subconsciously I pushed the reasons in hindsight that were probably the cause for it aside because I didn't even want to think about them because it hurt like thinking about that. So I just didn't think about it at all. And I just slept a lot to escape and I couldn't, and I didn't get any sleep. And then it just made everything worse. And then it spiraled. And then like I was even worse because of all the time I spent sleeping. I had less time to do the shit I needed to do. And then that compounded into more stress. And that was really bad. What was the solution? It wasn't drinking, that's for sure, because I tried that. We're disposing of these. Okay. Choop, 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 choop. I had that when I had mono, but because I take ADHD meds, my body physically cannot go to bed for another sleep unless it's like a 1 to 2 hour nap. But I'm going to bed for like 10 hours and taking an hour or two nap a day and don't feel refreshed. I feel tired and shitty and sad. So one of the things that actually helped me was, believe it or not, like streaming and holding myself to a schedule, because that gave me the dopamine of like, not like the gambling gotcha dopamine, but like the I did something useful today dopamine. Of like, I did a stream and I don't even care who watched it. At least I did it. Like, at least I did something that I could say is of some sense, some value, because I was like, at least our team, even if our team's not watching, at least our team is happy that I'm streaming, because our team's like dream, or one of her like dreams / goals was for her work to see use and to see the light of day, like her artwork, because she's not really like an artist by trade, but she does it for fun, and she really wanted to like have it, out there. And so even if I was like, not pulling any numbers, case in point, like right now, the fact that I still did it, I still attempted, was I think good enough for her, and in turn it was good enough for me, because I felt like I was doing something and I was worth something. That validation, that like that interacting with the world in some capacity, because to what capacity could you really be interacting with the world if you're a VTuber? But that interacting with the world and other people like helped ground myself into the thing I needed to hear, or not to hear. I heard it enough, but I didn't really feel it. The thing I needed to feel, which was like, I am important and people need me and people like having me around, and I like can't wallow in this forever.
Like I forgot about it and then went, well, I forgot about it, so I'm not gonna show up late now.
Sorry, what is this? Parrot, what did you read? Could you read it in context? God damn, what the hell was the context? I have classes that I need to do twice a week, but I can't even get the motivation to log in a 2-hour Zoom class. I looked at the clock yesterday and saw class was halfway done without logging in. Like I forgot about it, then went, well, I forgot about it, so I'm not gonna show up late now. Okay, everyone in the server right now, ping Hannah Z for when she has her next class or whatever. Put your designated time on the Discord where you need to like focus and do that, and then I want everyone to like ping you to do that and guilt trip you into doing it. That's what we're doing. That's the intervention today. Our team is so sweet and her work underrated. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, and underpaid too because I haven't paid her anything. I still owe her all of the money. I still have like a mountain of art team debt. Anyways, that's our like active solution. For now, we'll see how that goes. But you gotta like pick yourself out of it. Like you have to pick yourself out of it and realize that you are valuable as a person, and you can hear it from other people, perhaps even people that you trust or like, you know, enjoy having around or being around. The words of encouragement that, hey, you are valuable, you mean something. But at the end of the day, you gotta believe it. You can't just hear it. You have to believe it. That's really what I mean by it's up to you. I mean, like, you can't just hear it because hearing it is not the same as believing it. You have to believe it. And I don't know what it takes for you to believe it. I don't know at all. You haven't paid her any of the super chats? I was gonna, and I was gonna like ask her for like payment info, and she was like, dude, don't worry about that for now. Like, we'll start doing that when you get to like, or when you get like more actual viewers. Or at least when you get enough subscribers to qualify for like the 2 quid of ad revenue you'll get a month. Because you need to pay rent and I don't. And I was like, you know what, that's fair enough. Thank you. Can't believe you're selling off the winter gear. That's what they wanted me to do. They're asking me to do that. Along with all of this too. Shoop, 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 shoop. Commando sconce. What is a commando sconce? We're not playing Thief Simulator. What? There are 2 commando sconces here I need to sell. Oh. Here we are. The fucked up thing is that right now it doesn't mean anything to hear it. Because you don't believe it. Because you don't believe it. You need to believe it. Believe it. That's the Naruto thing. Naruto, believe it.
Believe it! Believe it! Believe it! So believe it! Then believe it! Believe it! Believe it!
I've never watched a single episode of Naruto in my life. Every time any one of my friends starts talking about it, this is the only thing I bring up. It's so funny. I have not watched a single episode of this anime, but like every time I think to myself, believe it. Every time I say the word believe, I hear him in my head. He pronounces Naruto the white guy way. I do, because like I haven't watched it. If I'd watched that, I could probably say Naruto. But like because I haven't watched it, and my only like exposure to the word is through other people, like the other white people talking about it, I just hear that and I internalize that as the pronunciation. Like I can say, like I say Goku instead of like Goku, even though I've watched the American dub, because I've also watched like the JP dub, and I'm more familiar with that because like the more recent like Dragon Balls are like they came out in Japanese first at least, and I'm like a slightly bigger fan of the Japanese dub than the English dub, even though the English dub is pretty good too. So I say Goku and like Kuririn. Anyways. You know how stupid and self-pitying I feel right now, going to someone else's stream being like, well, what about me? Literally what gives me the right to think anyone gives a fuck what I think. I mean, like, I don't know what you think. I'm just giving you what I think. Like, I don't I didn't ask you for permission before, like, giving you my thoughts and advice, so actually I don't care. And you don't have to feel any guilt for thinking like, no, but like, I'm not giving, like, this is like my content, okay? This is my content here. Don't worry about it. You should pay us, personally I think you should pay us for emotional damages. You have not suffered any emotional damage from a Karasufuno stream. There is no way you would have suffered from any emotional damage from a Karasufuno stream. Okay? Look at who the voice actor of Naruto is. The voice of the future Hokage coming from a grandma makes my enjoyment 10 times better. Is that for the Japanese dub? I know that's the case for Goku-san. I know that. I know that he's voiced by like Masako Nozawa, who's like really talented. Untrue. Sometimes you say really mean things. Okay, but like if it's really mean, it's probably untrue though, right? Like have I said anything that was okay? Here's the thing. Here's why I can do no wrong, right? Here are 10 reasons for why Karasufuno can do no wrong. Reason number 1. Anytime I say something mean to you, either it's real or it's not, right? If it's not real, then I made it up and it doesn't apply to you, so it's fine. So I'm just saying shit, you know, and it's not real. If it is real, if it does apply to you, then it's a moment of reflection. And it is a lesson for you to learn or something, I think. I think we're just about done with the cleaning. I can sell the dried Christmas tree and the Christmas garland, which is over there. Believe it. That one time said maybe because you're ugly and no one wants you. It's also like, when did I say that? That actually sounds so mean. When did I say that? I couldn't have said that. Maybe I could have actually. It depends on how funny it was. Because depending on the context, that could have been hilarious. You're making me look bad by discounting the context. Because maybe with the context, it was really funny. If it wasn't, then I probably have to apologize. But I'm sure it was really funny. I'm sure, right? The most fire thing I heard in a YouTube video was, my political opinions are exactly yours. True. Every controversial take I have is actually founded upon principles that we share in common. Like, I love the thing that you agree with. It's crazy that that's the case, but it's true. I voted for whoever you voted for, or if I couldn't vote because I don't live in the US where my time zones are more friendly for, then I would have.
Like an in general statement, not relating to me personally, and Sharis Yufranor made it personal.
I think I said something along the lines of, sex is fun, so why not have it if it's consensual? Yeah, no, that was good. I don't regret that. I don't take that back. I'm not taking that back. Maybe I took that back for a second, but I'm putting it forward again, just to actually reinstate the power of that response, maybe. I'm totally owning up to that. No, because it's like not you. It's like it's just that's a great response to just in general. That's just like a fantastic response. Like, I'm taking notes down and I'm wondering when I can say this in real life. This isn't like, none of this is personal, because this is like these are just my training grounds. This is this is messed up. I'm not referring to any one of you in particular. Okay, I'm not talking to you. like when I was saying it in like the, like, you know what, when philosophers use one, or like when they're trying to write, and when you're trying to write an ethics paper and you're like, the ethics paper was like, you should act in a way that is consistent with your beliefs in the world or whatever, right? Instead of saying the you, philosophers tend to say one because they don't want to like, they don't want it to come off sounding like it's directed like in second person to the reader. That was what I should have done. But here's the thing with that is like, if I said maybe because one is ugly and no one likes them, it just doesn't hit the same, you know? It doesn't. Maybe because one is ugly and no one wants one makes me sound like... What does it make me sound like? It makes me sound like an elder god, okay? Like, this doesn't work. If you said that to me in real life, I think I would actually cry. Okay, that's why I would never say this to anyone in real life, and that's what made it funny. Is because, like, this is such a horrible thing to say. That, like, there is no conceivable way I'd be able to tank that. Like, if I genuinely, like, did that, oh my god, I remember, this is, like, bringing me back. I used to, like, okay. No, I didn't used to. No, I didn't used to say this. But, like, there was a... One of the things that lives in my, like, head... It's lived in my head for a long time. I was in, What grade was I in? I don't remember. I was like maybe 6 years old. 5 or 6 years old. I don't want to say, like, or 7 years old, because then you're going to start doing the thing. You're going to start doing the thing at me, and I really... I don't want to deal with that. But when I was about 6 years old, maybe 8 years old, was when people in my school started... They were entering their, like, oh my god, who do you have a crush on phase to, like, every person, right? They were going around asking people who their crush was. Because that was, like, the latest drama or whatever. Why do you always say you're playing 5D chess to me in particular? I don't think I've ever said that. I've playing 5D chess in general. This is just a pastime. Anyways. So, it came to me, right? And me at the time, like, okay, I'm not going to give you the juicy details of everything. But at the time, like, I did not... Like, I had a whole, like, arc. I had a whole, like, February arc prior to that question even being a thing in the school. So, like, I've already had my ups and downs and everything. Like, I went through the whole thing. So I was, like, sufficiently done with it all. So I wasn't even phased. But people kept asking me, oh my god, who do you have a crush on? And they wouldn't take, like, I just don't have anyone. There just is no one I have a crush on in particular. So they would start, like, kind of, like, narrowing down. Or, like, not narrowing down. They would start asking me, like... And they would go by, like, the list of all the girls. Because... Thankfully, even though at the time I probably looked like a lesbian, and I know that because, like, one of the teachers mistook me for a girl one time when I, like, had my back turned, and it's, like, lived in my head for a long time since. Anyways, like, they started running through a list of, like, names of people. And then I was obviously like, no, and then they wouldn't believe me for each of the answers. So I had to make up a reason for why I didn't like those girls in particular. And then it came to a point where, like, there was a girl who was, like, mentioned, who was, like, the sweetest, like, nicest person ever. Like, genuinely, she was such a great person. I just, like, first of all, I'm 8 years old. Second of all, I didn't feel anything towards her. It was just like, I just recognized that she was a great person, right? But I couldn't come up with a reason to dislike her that would be convincing. Because it's like, she is actually just such a great person. And, like, this was a person that other people in, like, around me also had a crush on already. So it would have been, like, a somewhat, I don't want to say predictable, but it would have been a believable thing to just say, yes, sure, yeah, her, I guess. And so I said, like, what did I say? In the heat of the moment, as an 8-year-old, okay? You're making me dizzy. Okay, I'm gonna stop moving. And please bear in mind that I was 8 years old, okay? Um, I said she was like, there's no way I would like, insert name here. Cause she's fat. And that was like, and the moment I said that, I said this as like an 8-year-old. And you know, this is like a normal thing for 8-year-olds to say, I think.
It was 50 years ago, Tia.
It was 50 years ago, so it was a different time, right? But like the moment those words left my mouth, I felt so bad. She didn't ever hear it. She never heard this. Like, she never actually, the girl in question never heard it. I don't really talk to this girl either, so like I never did. I'd never talked to this girl, and I'm sure like it's never gone to her. I think, I'm pretty sure, because like our relationship was just kind of like of a mutual, like, yeah, we respect each other kind of way. Like, we didn't really talk or interact much. I prayed to every single deity on earth. She never heard about it. Me too, for the next like few years. I felt so bad. Not because I said something mean, but because I said something mean that I didn't mean. I didn't mean that. Like, I don't give a fuck. That's like not, that's like, I don't shame people for their bodies or whatever, like, or at least like I don't, not to that extent, because she wasn't even chubby. She was literally just like an average sized girl, if not slightly like, I don't know, pudgier, because you're 8 years old. You're pudgy when you're 8 years old. Like, you're an 8-year-old, you're pudgy. Like, this makes sense. This is a thing that happens to you when you're 8 years old, right? So everyone is that size. Like, I felt so bad because I lied, because I didn't even mean it. Because if I had insulted her about something that I truly like thought, but it just didn't really feel like saying to her, then I would not have felt nearly as bad. But because like I genuinely didn't believe it, I felt so awful for the next so many years. And I'm 60 years old now. I'm still thinking about it. I still think about this sometimes. This is such a Kara story. Then why'd you say? Because I was like, I need to come up with a reason. So these so my friend, like, they're not really my friends, but like, you know, the people around me at the time would like fuck off and stop bothering me and asking me, who do you have a crush on? Who do you have a crush on? Surely it's somebody, right? Is it any of the boys? And I was like, nah, not really. And then they believed it. Like, they just like, they completely believed it when I said I didn't really like any of the other boys. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe it was like 8-year-old me's like lesbian energy, but like, I don't know. I had glasses with like orange frames, like bright orange frames. And I feel as though that is a particularly like strangely feminine look. Anyways, whatever. You're a misogynist. Feel like this is a common male experience to be interrogated for who you have a crush on. It is, if you don't have a known. Exactly, because it's like, I think part of it is like, okay, you've got it, like, we have to know, so we have dirt on you. But then it's kind of like a bonding activity, because once they have dirt on you, they'll also tell you who they have a crush on. Then it becomes kind of like a brotherly, like, okay, we all share this common goal now, where we each like these girls, and we should make it our life mission to impress these girls. And this starts when you're like 5 years old or something. I don't know. Anyways, like that maybe that speaks to the male experience in some ways, but it definitely did like speak to my experience. And since then, I'd never I tried my hardest not to lie or say anything mean to anyone that I didn't mean. I can be mean only if I mean to, but like, you know, I don't want to say anything that I don't actually agree with. It made me feel awful. Harris is using his charisma and mind games to dodge taking responsibility for his actions. What are you talking about? I'm like owning up to my actions as we speak. Am I? I don't know, actually. I don't know if I'm owning up my actions. Can you like not call me ugly in response to a normal comment during a conversation about sexuality then? So please understand that one of the reasons why I found it funny, or why I continue to find it funny, is because I don't actually mean it to you. But like the phrasing of the response had to include the word you in it for it to really like land. Because if I said, like, because if you went into like a VTuber stream and then said, why don't people have sex all the time? It's great. And then like Please understand that the rational side of me wanted to say, well, it's because some people kind of like don't experience, you know, that because of certain reasons, like not being deemed attractive or suffering socially and feeling lonely as a result, which is like a very shared common experience, right? But if I said that, that would not have been funny. That would have just kind of been like sad. Or if I said it in that way. But if I said you, it still kind of, it carried the message across, but it could be misinterpreted as like a personal attack. And I thought that was fine. Because I never actually meant it as like a personal thing. Like I think like I meant it as like when one does. That would have been a much better answer. Yeah, but like, I don't know, actually. I don't feel strongly about that. If you, okay, I'm gonna like, I'm gonna stop moving for a second, right? If you unironically felt really bad about that, then I truly apologize, right? Like, please know that I didn't like intend it to come across that way. I think you're fine. From what I understand and from what I perceive, this is not a big deal. But like, if it is, then who am I to say that it isn't, right? I don't know, though. Kids are just trying.
At the time, and I don't really LOL.
Yeah, so like, so you don't. That's what matters. What matters is you know that I didn't. Like, I obviously, like, there was like a thing behind it, and I wouldn't say that to a person. Or if I did, here's why. Okay, it's ultimately selfish, right? Here's why I would never say this to you in real life. Because if I said this to you in real life, your likely guttural reaction to it would make me feel so bad that it would deal more psychic damage to me than I would be dealing outside of myself. And that is reason enough, selfishly, for me to never be so mean in real life. Unless, like, it's obvious that I'm joking. Because, like, the chance of someone, like, misinterpreting and actually having feelings hurt is so bad. And I'm so risk averse to that I could never do that. I could never take that risk. Like, it's not worth it. What do I need to sell? The dining table. That whole thing. I'm done selling now. I think I can actually start buying things. How do I buy things? Ah. Golden. Red and yellow seems good to me. There we go. A wonderful, wonderful fireplace. Ooh, how lovely. It's beautiful, isn't it? Kids are just trying random routines to see what produces the best outcome for themselves. Roll enough routines and we'll all have the same ones eventually. I want to know where that's... can you elaborate on that a bit, Fi? Do you mean like people just say shit until they get a response and then they learn from that response and they just keep saying more of it? Like if they said like... Or if, yeah, they just want to get provoke a response from someone. And then when they get the response of like, oh, this makes people feel flustered or embarrassed, I should say this to everyone now. They start doing it more. Am I interpreting that correctly? That, I believe, is the way I'm interpreting. And they're just like kind of throwing stuff at the proverbial wall to see what sticks, right? I think that's the idea. When he's saying it hurts me more to say that it hurts you to hear it. No, I'm saying that from a purely selfish perspective, I wouldn't do it because it would hurt. It would do way too much psychic damage for me. That's what I'm saying. I'm paradoxically incredibly sensitive to have my feelings hurt and accidentally incredibly insensitive when bantering with people. I don't know if it's paradoxical. I think it's just like... you can be sensitive and like to your own feelings and insensitive to other people's feelings due to several reasons or factors. This room's done, so we're just gonna close that door so we know. I think that can be consistent. What is the goal of this game? The goal of this game is for me to go through the list of allegations. No. The goal of this game is to decorate the house. Like indoors. And really what that means is I'm just like... I'm running around like a house. I like this one, I think. There we go. And decorating this house. Christmas tree. Big Christmas tree. Red. Green. Green on a Christmas tree is no good. Yellow it is. It's right in front of the door, but I think that's fine. Maybe it's not fine. I'm gonna move it over here. It's a little better now. Can I sit on the couch? I can't sit on the couch. Look, it's homelier now instantly, isn't it? I think the experience of saying something mean in an attempt to stop discomfort is that kind of example. Saying something mean in an attempt to stop discomfort. The discomfort stops, but you still feel bad about it. You've then learned you can't just say something mean and stop the discomfort. Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Like, I feel uncomfortable with something, I'm gonna start just saying shit to see if it works. And then you learn that, hold on, I can't just say things that are mean. Okay. I've been crying on and off for the past hour, no reason, just fucking happening, which is silly. I mean, like, you're labeling yourself... Okay, I'm sorry. This is like... that was like 10 streams of Vampire Therapist. But that feels like a little bit of labeling, doesn't it? Where you're like, I'm doing this and it's bad, or I'm doing this and it's silly. It's like, well, you're just... Shit is happening to your body. And like, you know, you're attempting to wrestle control of it. And that's all you can ever do. I don't know. He said he's not a Tsundere because he doesn't have a Dere side and actually just hates us. Not that last bit. I didn't say I hate anyone, okay? I can't hate you. I do not have the capacity to hate you. Because I do not have the capacity to know you enough to hate you. Big gift. Big gift. There, big gift. Excellent. Gift medium. Gift medium next. Here and here. Gift tall. That goes here. Gift big. And that goes right here. This is the PS4. That's that one. PS4? How old am I? PS5. I'm 60 years old. I'm... Mansplaining. Me when I explain anything, it's mansplaining. It is what it is. Such is the life of Karasufanor. Umbri wooden table. Where does this go? Let's put that like here. Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. How old is the PS4 again? How old is the PS4?
Believe it. Believe it. Believe
I'm
it.
sorry, I clicked into Hold on, I gotta hear this one more time, the first one.
Believe it.
There you go, yeah. That's the one. Believe it. Believe it. How does he say it? PS4 release date. (2013, 2014). I see. That was 11 years ago? That doesn't feel that long ago, actually. This is one of those cases where normally, you know, whenever you look up something in the past, you think, wow, time has gone by and flown by. I actually don't feel that at all. It feels... Yeah, like 11 years seems about right to me. I don't know. 12 years seems about right to me. 12 years since the PS4? Yeah, that's like... I could see that, I think. Time has passed an appropriate amount. I think... Should we get yellow chairs? Oh my god, we should these are like the Karasufanor chairs, because like they're like yellow and gray. Believe it. Tomorrow is its 12th birthday. It is officially a middle schooler. Hey! Well, congratulations, PlayStation 4. My brother got a PS4 at some point. I have a PS4. I got a PS4 just to play, like, Spider-Man, I think. I forgot to emphasize how that is probably my favorite interpretation of Spider-Man to date. Like, I think I said I enjoyed Spider-Verse and Tom Holland Spider-Man more. I think I lied, or I don't know if I lied, but I think I regret that answer now because thinking about it a bit more, sitting with that answer. Yeah, the PS4 Spider-Man was my favorite Spider-Man experience. I need to change stairs. How do you change stairs? Oh, oh. What do we change it to? We just add lights to it? Ooh. Details, ornament, plant. Okay. Nice. We've done it. Step up your game. Achievement unlocked. It's so dark. Where are the lights? I gotta flick them on. Shoop. Turn these on as well. Shoop. This is really nice. This is really homely. It's I'm really feeling it now. God, can you imagine being able to, like, afford a place like this? Is that a fucking blizzard? Am I gonna die? What? It's everywhere! It's everywhere! Am I dying? What's going on? Is there a time limit? I thought this was like a yapping stream. What? I'm gonna ignore it. I'm ignoring it. No, it's just snowy. It looks terrifying. Whatever, man. I don't know. Whatever. Gingerbread house slipper. Where do we put that? Here? Sure. Chairman, it's been almost 2 hours and you've only cleared the snow from the driveway. I have bought shit too for the house. Look at this. I have 3 apples. Apple pinganguo. Okay. Now I'm getting hanging light snowflake long. There's a clock there. I didn't see it. I'm gonna put this here. And I'm gonna put one here. How do I turn these on? There we go. Look at that. Where's the light switch? Where's the light switch for this room? I don't think there's a light switch for this room. Alright, whatever. I'd never live in a house that had glass doors. I would love to be able to afford a house with glass doors that didn't have to worry about, like, security or safety. Like, you would have to be so rich that you could live in a glass door house and not worry about getting broken into and robbed and, like, killed, potentially. Or, like, taken hostage. Turn the lights off. The layout makes me think about the house from PT. This is not the house from PT. This looks kind of like the house from PT. I'm turning the lights back on. I need to turn all the lights on. Where are the lights? Where are the lights? Okay, okay. Yep. No, on. On. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. 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 Okay. Yep. Okay. On. Yep. Yep. On. Is this on? About the fireplace. That's close enough. Okay. Okay. Is this on? Okay. 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 On. Okay. On. Okay, we're good. No way I'm gonna take a break. He's scared. I'm not scared of House Flipper. What are you talking about? I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm playing a game where you decorate. Why would I be scared of a game where you buy decorations for your house? That is not something I would be scared of. It's not true. Anyways, I still haven't fully addressed the Tsundere allegations. I want to... Okay. What did I even say? What did I even talk about? I don't even remember what I've just said. None of it I probably actually meant, I'm going to be honest with you. Hazy floor lamp. Ooh. That's not where we put it. We put this like here. I kind of like that, yeah. There we go. Your contribution to the house is the equivalent of a friend that brings the solo cups to the potluck. Not true. I bring the beers. I bring alcohol, okay? Strongly considering making myself an alcoholic drink, but I don't think I'm in a good mindset for it. Never drink alone. That's my only advice that I believe in. That might be applicable here is never drink alone. It really sucks. Drinking alone is gonna make it... If you're anything like me, drinking alone is gonna just make everything so much worse, and you're gonna hate it. Anyways, I haven't actually fully talked about, like, the Tsundere allegations, right? The Tsundere allegations, like, if I actually were to seriously talk about it, which I will do now, I think. Now is finally the time where I should seriously, like, talk about it. Not in terms of, like, how I feel about it, whatever. But in terms of, like, how I think... Or why I think it's come up. And why it's, like... Why it's such a... Why it's a thing people talk about. Or want to talk about. Hold on, where do I put this? Here? Yeah, here's good. I can't put this on the table. Oh, I can put this here, okay. Yeah, that works. There is a desperate cry and a need, or a want at least, for a more outward, more explicit showing of appreciation for that I should give for the viewership that I have right now, which is not like a lot of people, but it's probably like, you know, however big the Discord server is, roughly, like, give or take, because some people joined the Discord and they didn't really do anything after that, which is fine. Yeah, you don't have to. I'm not gonna police you over your use of Discord, right? But some people also refuse to join the Discord because they don't like Discord, which is entirely fair. So I'm gonna just say it's like about 50 people who have watched stuff and commented things, and there's like a lot of fan art, like this is the worst one to go on right now. Whatever. This is the worst fan art to immediately click to now when I'm trying to be genuine. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's a bad fan art. I'm saying, like, I'm taken out of this and now I can't be serious anymore. I forgot what I was saying. I'm not saying it's bad or I don't like it. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like, I'm saying, like, that was not a great, like, example of why I appreciate it, because that gives off, that's a very strong artistic direction. That is not necessarily the one I'm trying to encourage. Whatever. Anyways. And there's like, and I think what's happening is people are seeing this support, because you, when you're part of this community, you also see the support in the community, or you see like the people who mean well and are nice to each other and are uplifting, and something strikes you as odd, right? Because you think to yourself, then any VTuber who is worth their salt, right, would fall on the floor, like they would be on their knees begging for like community interaction like this. Like, this is what people want, especially at such a small size. Like, it's insane that there's such a strong like pull and of people that really enjoy this stuff and are also willing to contribute stuff to this. My background was drawn by a viewer, like my desk, and my background was drawn by FZF. All the art on the wall is like, you know, different fan art people. Victor, I think, did the chat frame on the left over there. And that is like, that feels probably to you kind of unprecedented, or at least let me finish the second part as to why it's like unprecedented, right? The reason why it feels unprecedented is, despite this, I remain steadfastly spiteful and mean and annoying, probably by intention. And what's confusing is you don't see why I'm like this all the time. You can see why I'm like this sometimes, but like all the time? Because people are so nice. People are so friendly. People are genuinely like so warm and genuine, only for you to spit in their face, Karis Ufrenor. How could you do this? But that's why I like it. So yeah, so in essence, it's kind of like the dissonance between like, wow, the community seems to really like you. How come you have expressed nothing but disdain and hatred for them in return? Do you mean that? You must not mean that, probably, right, Karis Ufrenor? That's why you are, like, that's why you display the fan art. That's why you, like, talk about this. That's why you do actually put an effort into the things you do and the way you stream, because, like, you know, you care on some level, but you would never say it, right? And that's kind of the foundation, and that's the foundation for, like, the Tsundere allegation, right? So the Tsundere allegation goes a little deeper than just, haha, it's like a funny word to use to describe, to aptly describe it. But it does describe this dissonance that is unique, at least I think is unique. I don't think I've encountered any streamer that's like that has had an overwhelming amount of, like, positivity and support.
Sophie would love us if we were worms smiling face with heart eyes.
And so the question is, like, why, or like how come, or like, you know, what is the vision, like, Karis Ufrenor, why are you mean? What's the intention behind it? Like, why are you being such a tsundere right now, right? And I can, and please, like, so that's the setup. That's the reason why I thought this was, like, worth discussing on a genuine level. And I wanted to kind of give, like, the I wouldn't say the bullshit answer, but like the kind of surface level, superficial, generic, like, I'm a philosopher, this is my mission type answer at the beginning, which I did. And it's not that I don't believe in that. I think that's true, but that's not the full answer. The full answer is because, like, you and I play this game, we do this dance, and I have to do these steps. It is entirely necessary that I exist in this capacity for this to work. None of this will work. All of this stops working the moment I go, like, the moment I start every stream by greeting everyone by name and then going like, I love and appreciate all of you guys, because it would feel like inauthentic. It would feel disingenuous. It would feel as if, you know, I didn't mean it, and I was just saying that because I was, on some level, I felt like caving to the pressure of other people being kind of nice to me, which I appreciate, but is also not something I will like, because I just don't naturally express that like that often, because I feel like there's no need to, because, like, truthfully, right, I don't need to. I feel as though there's enough faith I have enough faith in you that you probably know that I feel that. I'm just not saying it, right? But because it doesn't need to be said. right? It's that like it's kind of like it's kind of like when you talk to someone or like a really close friend, and you don't have to go like, hey, I hope
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
okay, unless they're like dying, you know, unless they're going through a really rough patch. Then you kind of go like, then you drop the kind of like the banter, and you drop the whole, yo, what are you doing, you know, like you, and you kind of get to the, hey, I hope everything's okay. Just like remember that we can hang out anytime, and you know, I'm here for you, man, whatever. Like you only really do that when they need it. You don't do that all the time. You don't do that like every time you meet them. You don't go like, hey, I just want you to know that you're loved and appreciated and you're valid. Like, you don't have to say that every time once you get close enough. The idea is like, you know, it's implied. The idea is like, it's obvious. That's why you're hanging out. That's why there's this interaction in the first place. Right? And so if I were to just unnecessarily remind everyone every stream of that, then it's like, you know, that doesn't... I don't know. It just it would feel for me, not in general. I'm not saying other people shouldn't be allowed to do that, and every VTuber that like is nice to their audience is fake. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying for me, that would be disingenuous. For me, because that's like, because I like to act on, I like action more than words, right? I think action is more powerful than words could ever be. And the last thing I want to do is like, you know, make broken promises or like oversell something. And because of that, I don't promise. I don't make any promises. I don't like, I try not to. I still do. I go like, I'm gonna release a reading video of The Myth of Sisyphus. And I said that like 7 months ago, and it's still not been made. Half of it's been recorded, and I realized the audio is inconsistent, so I'm like, I scrapped it and I had to redo it now, and it's just, oh. Anyways, I try not to make too many promises, but especially like I try not to like promote that like sense of like, okay, this is a reliable I want to keep expectations low, I guess. The other thing is also like, imagine if I were really nice and then one day I died, it would feel worse, wouldn't you? Anyways. You literally said those who say they like us are fake, pick a position. My actual position, not dripped in irony and difficult, vague wording, is it all depends on the person. It all depends on like who the person is and how they express their appreciation for people and their community or whatever, their viewers or whatever. And I just happen to be the type of person that tries to express that appreciation not through like just saying I appreciate you, because to me those words are easy to say. To me those words are incredibly easy to say. What's more difficult is proving it through action, by spending a lot of time thinking about what to do next and going above and beyond and coming up with fun ideas and like, you know, engaging in the community occasionally. So yeah, the other thing is also like I want to like propagate the idea that appreciation and respect and love and all these things like shouldn't, or like you can say them, but it's more important to act that way. And I want to believe that, and in order to make that like apparent, I will specifically say things in a certain way, but then act in a completely different way, so that you can see, and right in front of you, a prime example of how actions are more important than words. Because I can say all the words I want. Like, I can say all the terrible, mean-spirited things, but like, so long as it's obvious that I'm just saying them, right? As long as I don't actually do anything awful, or like I don't know. So long as I actually do things that reflect my appreciation or whatever, that's more than enough, right? That's the idea. Tia sent a clip of Axion saying that if chat members were fans of him, that he was a fan of them by extension, and while it was insanely saturating and cute, it would be very out of character for you. It kind of would, because I could never be a fan of you the same way you're a fan of me. That would, like, I'm not saying that's what Exeon's saying, but I probably interpret the words differently from him. That I would be hesitant to say that I'm a fan of you, because to me, being a fan of someone or something implies some sort of, like, being somewhat familiar with their work and, you know, what their goals are and their intentions. And I'm not familiar enough with the community to assert that I would also be a fan of you automatically, right? I don't know. You like acts of service over words of affirmation, basically. I don't know. Love language to me kind of seems like not a real thing, but also I'm super cynical and old, so maybe that's something to do with that. I'm a big fan of your work, for real. Thank you, and I know that. I mean, sorry. Just take the compliment. Just take the compliment. Thank you. Actions and words aren't mutually exclusive, and neither are loving those you know well enough to love. Sorry, and neither are loving those you know well enough and love and respecting those you don't. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. I don't mean they're mutually exclusive. That's why, like, when I say I'll say anything, as long as it sounds like I'm just saying it, I mean, like, I wouldn't go ahead and say something truly hurtful and just go like, well, they're just words, you know? Because words on action are not totally separate. I'm trying to separate them. I'm making an attempt to separate them through the way I stream. I'm trying to draw that separation and mark it distinctively through my performance of this character, that one person can say something and act in a completely different way, and what matters is the way they act. But I don't know what that really means. I do, but I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Why another candle? What the here? Hanging light garland long. Blue light. That here. I'm gonna buy 6 of these, so I'm gonna start from here. One more. Boop. Okay. Candle small. 2 candle smalls? Alright. I'm turning all the lights on. I'm turning all the lights on. You can't take compliments. I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. It's like... Though, okay, I can do it in real life now. Because in real life, what I do is I just, like, I bow. I just kind of, like, nod my head and bow. And, like, I go, like, thank you. Thank you. Like, and I just... That really works for me. Bowing really works, because then I don't have to, like, look at them.
Just say thank you.
Yeah, but, like, you know... If I just say thank you, it doesn't sound right to me. So, like, I need to do... I bow, yeah, like, in real life. I do, like, a little, like, head nod. Not, like, a full-on, like, performance bow. But, like, I mean, like a head tilt forwards. Like, thank you. And then, like, I smile. And it's, like, I've practiced this 100 times, so now I can do it. And I have to do it a lot because I'm, like, really good at, like, just being me. I'm just so good at being me that I have to constantly say thank you to people for complimenting me. It's crazy how much of a great person I am. Me on the phone with Japanese speaking person. I don't know where I picked it up from. Well, I kind of do, but I'm not going to get into it. You still owe me an insult? I'm sorry. I don't know anything to insult you for. I'm gonna, like... I can't do that in good faith after you read my, like, tarot cards. Like, the worst I could say is, like, I don't know, what's the worst I could say? It's, like, the worst insult I could say is you're really good at reading the tarot cards that you accidentally drop onto the table. That's, like, that's, like, an insult, I guess. That's... Can you insult me instead? Sorry. No. I don't know. I don't think so. Do we need one of these or 3 of these? One of these. Okay. That was no insult. Well, I'm implying that you were like, you weren't really good at handling the cards at all, and that's why you dropped them, but you're really good at improving your mistakes. So it was kind of like a backhanded compliment. Look, I tried, okay? Like, it's like it's real weak. Yeah, because you just, like, I literally just came out of being really genuine. And, like, I don't know what to do now. Whatever. But if I asked you to insult me, you'd have plenty of ammo, okay? Look, the ammo doesn't come from me. I don't generate this shit, okay? I don't make the meaning comes to me, okay? This is a pool table. I'm gonna put it in the middle of the pool table. This is decor. Insult chat today. I don't feel like it, man. I don't know, like... Now it's like a smiley face. Except there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 eyes. It's because it's a spider. And this is a big nose. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
At zero striker, your taste is awful.
There you go. Thank you, Parrot, for insulting
Absolute
someone.
graceless decor choices.
They asked me to buy these. What do you mean? Thank you, Parrot, for insulting Zero in place of me, because I wasn't even bothered to do that, because I deemed it not worth my time and effort. Poinsettia. Large. Cream. Green. I need to buy 2? Okay, we'll put... No, I don't need to buy 2. I need to buy 1. That's all. Okay. Christmas plant wall star. Perfect. This looks amazing. This actually looks so great.
The father has to be Aristotle.
When will you address the allegations? We'll go through them. We'll go through them one by one. Okay, we'll go through them. This is like, I feel like I'm not gonna have enough time to go through all of them. The House Super streams are just gonna be like addressing the X allegation streams. Like that's what they're gonna be. It's just gonna be like an allegation stream. I'm gonna do 1 allegation per stream. I'm gonna do 1 allegation per stream. I don't know what I'm doing. First VTuber I ever watched was mean as fuck, but he was genuinely a nice guy. But I do feel as if that mostly applies to male VTubers, since women are more harshly judged in online spaces and whatnot. I actually like that is something I've thought about, not from a gendered perspective. So maybe I should start thinking about it from there as well. But something I've been thinking about is like part of the reason I feel inclined to be mean is because I feel like I've earned that trust to be like mean, and that trust can be broken at any time, and that trust is broken when the moment someone actually has their feelings hurt is when that trust evaporates, right? So it's like it's tugging the line of like, I can only be mean to a certain extent. The moment I'm so mean that it actually hurts someone is when that trust is super broken and it's like I can't do it anymore. And I think part of maybe why I'm able to even have that trust in the first place is because traditional understandings of masculinity are not very sensitive. They are harsh and blunt and straightforward. And it's almost expected that a guy would not be very, sensitive with their words. And I'm leveraging this expectation even though I am a guy who's sensitive and uses words carefully. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll think about it. Let's do green. And then like gray. Those are my colors. Do one like here as well. Did you address the allegations of why you eat freakishly large quantities of eggs? Are you some lizard hybrid or something? No. Why would you say that? I eat like a normal amount of eggs. I eat like... well, at one point my diet was like literally just eggs. That was my like... that's my struggle meal. Because the thing is like, I don't get creative with my struggle meals, okay? It's just a boiled egg. It's just a hard boiled egg. I'll hard boil like 5 eggs and I'll eat them. And it's not really a struggle because I like eggs. Ceiling paper star. I can't walk now because they're in the way. There's another beam here. Oh my, whatever. We'll just have them there. It's fine. It's actually fine. It's actually fine. Wallpaper stars.
Hanazi, your patronage is appreciated and will be contributed to our birdseed fund.
What? What's going on? In all seriousness, I know it can be really fucking annoying and parasocial and I talk way too much, but I appreciate the sincerity and the personalized advice, so thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah, for the super chat. I don't know, like... if you're, like, annoying, I'll let... like, people will let you know, for sure. It's kind of hard not to let you know when you're annoying. So, don't worry about it. I guess. What happened to being nice? That is being nice. What are you talking about? Thank you, Gentle, for being a member for 7 months. Thank you, thank you. I forgot about membership. I need to like do something with membership, but I haven't done anything with membership yet. At all. Whatever, it's fine. Thank you, Zero, for being a member for 7 months. Yeah. Alright, everyone get there. Yeah, okay, thank you, Ari, for being a member for 6 months. Yep, everyone farm your members now. Farm your member message right now. Do it right now. Do it right now. Yes, thank you, everyone. Members only ASMR. No, man. No, we're not doing that. I'm not gonna gatekeep. I'm not gonna like paywall.
Let me die, you're cooking.
I'm not paywalling that. Thank you, Tara, for being a member 7 months. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. Yeah, I thought Kara's channel doesn't meet the requirements for monetization. I don't meet the requirements for Google ad revenue, but I do meet the requirements for super chatting and membership.
You should get creative with the members Simo Blue.
Why did you give up reading that word, Parrot? You were at the end of the word. Why did you just give up at the last syllable? I'm the only one with price relativity so far. Yes, because you're not meant to be subscribed to price relativity. That's the whole point of price relativity in like
BC,
economics 101.
X.
it was misspelled, yes. We have Zero to thank for that. But maybe I should get creative with the member symbols. But like then you won't see the first 6 months of member symbols. Because you're already at like 7 months. So should I ask our team to start designing from like 7 months?
What are they for Supa and Menchi?
So for super chats, you need to, and memberships, you need to have 500 subs and like 2,000 watch hours, I think, over the past year on your content. For Google ad revenue, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. I'm currently at like 600 something subscribers, and I have like 6 or 7k. Oh, I said it. I have like, I think I have like 6,000 watch hours roughly, which is like well above the requirement for like ad revenue, but my subscriber count is low because I refuse to subscriber bait, because like every time I do it, it hurts my soul physically. I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? Let me go. Okay. I hate this. I hate you. I hate the youth of today. This is
You
what's
should
wrong
see what
with the
Gentle
world.
Katabasis has to say.
Hello, Gentle. Thank you for the super chat. Fun fact, I get off on helping out small creators, so here's some money, my darling. Okay, I'm not reading that again. Thank you for the super chat. I don't really know what happens when I get out of the small creator zone. Because probably eventually I will stop being a small creator at some point. But then when I do, it's like, I feel like I'm gonna miss having very little stress. Okay, well, I say very little. There's some amount of stress. I'm gonna miss like having a routine of sorts. This one here. And like kind of just the same recurring chat members. And being able to read what people are saying. And being able to like respond and have like a coherent dialogue with people without missing out on too many messages in between. I feel like I would eventually miss that. And the thing is, like, you don't know when it's gone until it's gone. Or you don't know when it goes away until it's gone.
He's getting cancelled first week of not being a small streamer.
Like, it is kind of like it is a bit of a callback to like the thing I said at the beginning. Or maybe not a callback, but it does echo the same sentiment I had earlier. Or the same headspace, at least. God, I'm losing my train of thought. Where time marches ever forward. And you can't really go back to the past. Like, I can't come back to this moment right now. This is it. I can, like, recall it. I can think about it down the line, but I can never come back to this moment. So if I really liked this moment, I can't just come back to it again. This is gone. It's like the moment has disappeared. It's dissipated. I live in a new moment now. And conceptually, intellectually, sorry, that's my chair. That's my broken ass chair. I'm probably gonna get a new chair for Christmas, so that's gonna be great. I will talk about that maybe later. But the reflection that like I'll never come back to this moment in time is also something that helps me appreciate what's going on in this moment of time right now, and to not take it for granted. Because it's like I'm never coming back to this. If in 20 years I wanted to come back to this, I couldn't, because I wouldn't be now. It would be 20 years later. I'd be a different person. There'd be different people.
At
the landscape would be
okay,
different.
No hard feelings.
Everything would be so different. And like I would still be me, but I would be me in a different context, I guess. I don't know. Maybe also be parasocial. We love you. Yeah, I know. I'm sad. Why didn't Parrot read any of the 6-7s? No, because he knows better. Because he fucking knows better. That's why. Do an ASMR stream and watch those numbers go up. I don't really want to watch the number go up. Actually, like now the way I'm like almost thinking about it now is like, you know, I don't know if I want to see the number go up yet. I don't know if I'm ready to let go of that. Which is a weird thing to say. Who the hell, what kind of idiotic content creator goes like, you know what? I don't know if I want to be more successful, actually. I kind of like the way it is right now. Would you really give away the small creator vibe for ad money? Can't believe you. You can and should believe me because I've got rent to pay, okay, motherfucker? Oh. In all seriousness, helping out small creators is something that makes me genuinely happy. Well, I'm happy that you feel that way, Gentle, because that is like... That I feel like is... I don't want to say it's necessary, but it's a nice... It's nice that people feel that. And it's not just, you know... Like, it's nice to know that people will donate to a VTuber and not expect them to, like, be their new romantic partner. Unlike all the news reports of other VTubers or streamers, especially female streamers. I don't think male streamers have had that issue. At least, or at least not as commonly, where people who are, like, regular donators, they're not just, like, they're parasocial to the degree of, like, mental illness and like they should go to jail, but you know, like I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Small creators are a godsend. I love hopping into a small stream and seeing if I can become friends with people. It's so nice. I would literally die if I ever had to reciprocate a parasocial relationship. Well, guess I'll die. Guess I am die. What do I need to buy here? Hanging skis. I want these. Light. Ooh, I like these. Perfect. Where do we hang this? Just right here, I guess. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Now what do we need to do? We're done with the corridor. Done with the room. We're done with this room? Oh, no, we're not. Oh, we gotta buy more shit here. Okay, got it. Of course you blame the women's fandoms. No, I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying like men are insane. Wait, no, what? I know I am blaming the fandoms of women because we live in a patriarchal society. We've gone through this. Bell hooks. Blah, blah, blah. Bell hooks. Blah, blah, blah. Simone de Beauvoir, blah, 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 the second sex, blah, 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 patriarchy is the default, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, we've gone through this 100 times. I've done enough rating streams, okay? I've done enough streams where I've talked about it. Yes, I still haven't done the, like, fucking full, like, 800-page reading of the second sex, but that's just because I have no time and or energy to do anything, really, but to do that especially. To do anything pertaining to this channel. Like, I'm doing shit. I'm doing shit in real life, but like there's so much shit to do in real life. Whatever. You can't just name drop feminists. What do you mean I can't? I can, and I just did. Mini Christmas tree. Where do we put this? I'm gonna put this on the floor. Misogyny, part of your lore. Alright, okay, yep. Can we form like a smile with this? No, but it can kind of look like the Grinch. Have I mentioned that I have like... I have fluffy Crocs, indoor Crocs, that are Grinch themed, and they're perfect. They're exactly like the moment I saw them, I was like, I want these. I rarely do I ever feel compelled to buy anything, but I saw those and I was like, I really, really want to buy these, and I did, and I wear them now. Grandpa core. Put on the shelf, man. I can't. It's like it has to stick to a wall. Wallpaper star. I need like 2 more of these. Wait, I bought them. They're here. What are you talking about? 1 out of 3?
Whatever.
What? The tree? Whatever. Okay. There it is. There's the tree. It's telling me to buy... Okay, buy a small wallpaper star. Put that, like, here and here. Dude, that didn't count? I'm so annoyed. Whatever. Okay, we're done with this room. What else do we need to do? We need to do the bathroom. We need to remove the trash as trash? Oh, well, I guess that is. Sure. This is such a nice cabinet. Oh, man. Fuck, I could really use a... like... snow lodge right now. Oh, I could really use a snow lodge with like a beer and just like friends. Oh, I could really use that right now. Oh man. All right, whatever. Let's go back to business. Sorry, for a second I lost myself. I forgot I was like live streaming and I owed it to like, I don't know, 5 people to be entertaining. I'm gonna go back to doing that now. What do you need a Christmas garland in the bathroom for? I'm gonna put it here, whatever. Dude, I love these like wooden cabinets. They feel so nice. Like the texture is really nice as well. I love touching these. Made myself hot cocoa just now, but I finished it. Nice. Maybe I should make myself hot chocolate as well. I don't know, I'm tired. It's too sweet. No, I should do it. I'll do it tomorrow. You said to make the bathroom festive too? I guess. Sheep yellow, green. How do I put them on a where do I... There we go. Two candles. We can have red candles. Where do we put them? Here? Candle large. Here? Where do I put these? I'll put them in the sauna. No, that won't work. We need them in the bathroom. I have nowhere to put them. I'll put them here and here. That's perfect. This is perfect.
Red candles are so church/Christmas coded.
Oh, the sheep print is so cute. It is. I like the sheep print on the towels. What the fuck? Fire hazard. Oh. That's exactly what we needed here. This is what we needed for this bathroom to really shine. You're gonna burn the house down. It won't. It's a video game. It's fine. Dude, I thought I bought one of these. Oh, I gotta buy more. Okay. completed the job. Okay, we've done the bathroom now. Done the bedroom. Done the... Nope, not yet. We haven't done this bathroom yet. What are we doing? Buy a bunch of garlands and stuff. Okay. Next, you're gonna put a hairdryer next to the tub. That took me a second to figure out why you shouldn't do that. Oh. You are... Emotional damage and getting rage baited are a constant in your streams. I'm not rage baiting. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny to do it. That's why I did it. I'm not trying to elicit a response of any kind. Green. Or a toaster. This is actually awful. This is actually just awful. Hold on, let me just... I'm gonna fix it. It's like we'll do this here maybe. And then we'll do this like here. Okay, I fixed it. It's fine. It's fine now. Okay, maybe we gotta move this down like here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. This is good. Typically, people rage bait because they think it's funny, yes. No, but like, I don't think it's funny. I don't think your reaction is funny. I don't care for your reaction. I'm just thinking about like how I feel about the project. And I find it humorous, rather. What have I not yet done? Second floor. That's what we need to do. This is gonna be a 3-hour long like renovation of one house. Yeah, that works. Every House Flipper stream we're treated to baffling choices. They're not that baffling. I frankly, I think this is like relatively sane and normal. As like a philosopher VTuber, I must say that there is a degree of like rationality and like artistic aesthetic that really just is on display here. And you know what? I just don't think the world is ready for that. I don't know if the world is ready for that yet. Oh, we only need one, okay. Decorative hanging ski decorations. Okay, well if you say so. Put one here. You've never even addressed the other allegations. Holy shit. I forgot about that, yeah. What are the other allegations? Okay, the other allegation is that I'm pregnant. And the question is, who is the father? Okay, let me address this allegation. I am not pregnant. I'm not pregnant because I was born with chromosomes that have determined my gender, or not my gender, sorry, my sex as male. And so it would be a biological impossibility, as I am not a seahorse. So I'm not. But like, even if I were, I don't like men. At least not enough to have sex with any of them. Yet, so far. So like, I'm guilty until proven otherwise. Or innocent, or I'm innocent until proven guilty or whatever, right? But like, What do you mean you're not? I read about it. What are you talking about? What do you mean you read about it? On Wikipedia? There's a Karasufuno article and they said that I'm pregnant. I feel like I wouldn't be able to give birth though. Like I feel like if I were like I would hate, or if I could, I would hate that, because I would hate the prospect of giving birth. I would not want to give birth. That would be so annoying. That would hurt, and it would really, I would suffer so much through that. For like a child, I'm not doing that. I don't even know the kid yet.
You and I have the same feelings about birth.
Yeah, like I get it. Your decor decisions make me appreciate every bad decision you made in your Dispatch and Walking Dead playthrough. I've never made a single bad decision there either. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever. There's a fic about it. That's where we get our info. It's not real. It's made up. You wrote that. Somebody wrote that. That's not real. Somebody wrote this. It wasn't me. I didn't write this. Somebody wrote this. How do we turn the lights on here? Oh my god, what I wouldn't give to just like sleep here with a snowy view. Oh my god, what I wouldn't give for this. Oh my god. Oh, how do, like, I can't believe people get to live like this and I have to suffer. It's not fair. The world's not fair, man. Whatever, I'm gonna come back to the video game now. Karis will get a C-section. I'm not giving birth. And I never will. But you feel them kicking around in there. You can grab their little feet through your stomach and everything. I don't want something swimming inside me, man. Like, I have like a deathly fear of like parasites. After watching like 2 parasite videos. Have you seen those? Where they like, not like on people, but like the bees or the wasps or like the insects, or like even the small animals like the cows or whatever, with like that are taken over by like parasites. That's just horrible. Like, I don't want any living creature inside me at all. No. Victor wrote it. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean it's canon. That doesn't mean it. Whatever. Victor's not here to defend himself, so we'll be alright. I agree with your sentiment about birthing, but hearing you say it pisses me off. It's cruel, isn't it? Hearing your own opinion spewed back against you and realizing how awful you sound as a person. Embrace it. Embrace being an awful person. Anyways, I don't like men, so I don't have to worry about it. Sorry, can't relate. I mean, you don't have to like men to be impregnated, I guess. You could be with like a trans woman and still be like impregnated, I think. But like, that's not happening. Whatever. Like, we're not considering like the details of this. We're not considering the details of this. You've gotten your answer. You make it sound like being pregnant is carrying an alien baby. Isn't that what that is, kind of? Like, until you know the kid, they're an alien. Like, until they're born and you start sharing experiences with them. I had to think about parasites and I could not eat food normally for almost a year. Yeah, I feel that. Have you considered that you were once a living creature feeding off of someone else? Okay. Yeah, and I was gross, and I was also like, you know, I was also mean. I wasn't even that mean. Like, as I had like instant regret, but like I said mean things when I was 8 years old too. Though I suppose what you're trying to say is like, well, then what if they end up like you then in the future? Well, then, like, you know, that's one less philosophy major the world has to deal with. I say, you know what? I say that's a good thing. I would say that's a good thing personally. I'm gonna put a potted plant like here. I should put that there. There we go. This is nice. Personally, I'm so excited to be pregnant and have kids, and hearing other people be weird about it is so strange to me. I respect it though. Okay, in all honesty, like the prospect of having kids is actually something I don't mind as well, because it kind of part of me thinks I would be such a good parent. Like I'd be so, my kid would have such a great upbringing because I would be awesome. Like I'd be such a good like dad that no amount of like it doesn't fit. No amount of doom and gloom pertaining to contemporary society today will really like put me off of having like my own family in general. I think, as I mentioned in like the last House Flipper stream, I'm gonna get married in like 10 years or 15 years. I'm 60 years old, like, so it's like the clock is ticking, okay? Tick tock before I'm dead. So I'm gonna get married in like the next 10 or 15 years because I kind of want to have kids. And that's like such a weird sentiment to have in this current climate. Understandably so, because have you seen the housing prices? Have you seen the grocery prices? Like, have you seen how much it costs to buy like eggs at the store? I have. I know. I'm aware. So I'm not like, you know, I'm not blissfully unaware and thinking that we're living in a nice, dreamy, beautiful world that no one else is living in. I've had my fair share. But nonetheless, I think I would want that. So, I don't know. In like 10 years, you'll get to see me go through the Nimi Nightmare arc, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Worried about how good of a parent I'd be at the current moment. In like 5 years, yeah, I'd be good. But yeah, of course, right? Like, probably. I imagine most people right now here are actively trying for a baby because you're watching a VTuber, man. Like, get off the YouTube stream and start doing your taxes and like planning your future, start looking into areas for which you should move into so that your kid gets the best education possible, and then like career movements and all of that, and then think about like longer term employment. Like you shouldn't be watching a VTuber stream, okay? It's the thought of being pregnant, but with like having kids the double standard. Cause like I'm a man. I'm a male. I don't like, part of my privilege is that I don't have to deal with that. That's great. And I'm not throwing my privilege away. I love my privilege of not ever having to deal with that. That's great. That shit sounds amazing. Dude, what? I bought these. What are you talking about? I bought these right here. Why hasn't the... Do I have to buy more? They have to be lower? Oh my god, that's so stupid. Look at how ugly this looks now. That was perfect. Whatever. No offense, if you raised a child, it might end up a serial killer. My child would not be a serial killer. My child would not be a serial killer. My child would enjoy existence and would be so happy to live and be alive, because they will understand that they could have had it a lot worse, but they didn't. And they will contribute to society. I don't know how yet. Hold on. They would probably contribute to society by not being a philosophy major, because they're going to get enough philosophy from me. They're going to get enough philosophy from their father that they're not going to be like, they're not going to want more of this. Like, the last thing they'll want is more philosophy. So that's it, like, being my kid almost guarantees one less philosophy major in the world that could have potentially been one, because you have to deal with me talking for like your whole life. You're not going to want to do philosophy after that. kids at 70? Yeah, you know, it's a matter of time before I can't do that anymore. So I'm gonna like do that by 70. Probably. Get that sorted. Modify the walls. Stone gray panels. How do I do that? Okay. Where should I put the stone gray panels? There we go. I got a new skill point. Good job, all skills unlocked. Ooh, hold on. Multiple trash disposal. I like that. I like this texture as well. I can feel this. I'm rubbing my hand right now on this surface, and I'm feeling it, and my hands feel good. Like I'm rubbing my fingers all over this, and thinking like, oh my god, this is amazing. I love this texture. This is great. I love this texture. Yeah, we are old. I'm like really old because I'm 60, but you guys are probably also like old to some extent. I need more. I need like another. Okay. How old are you guys? Hold on. Now I need to know. What the hell? Okay, where is it? There it is. Analytics. Audience. Okay. %, male. Okay, that's gone up. Let's go. Let's go, males. Let's go. Okay, most of you are 18 to 24. That's 66% of you are 18 to 24. You're not that old. You're not that old. You got your life ahead of you. 19% of you are 35 to 44. You're old. You're not that old. You're kind of old. You're like, you're getting there. You're getting there. You'll get there. I just wanted to check that really quickly. Not old enough for car rentals. Yep, that's most people, yep, okay. The age of 30 is in demand. That's what everyone's saying. That's what everyone's saying nowadays. You're a statistical outlier. I think like you... It's not that uncommon. It's not that uncommon. Not old enough to drink. Are you just American? Truly an American moment. Can't relate. I gotta paint some walls. I guess I'm painting these. I love drinking. Same. I love drinking on an empty stomach. And mixing my liquor. I had a pint of Guinness the other day. It was nice. It was a good pint of Guinness. It was a decent pint of Guinness. I had a pint of Guinness and I had a fish and chip. at my local Weatherspoons. So... Which is to say that, like, I've revealed long ago, like, my geolocation, which is, of course, Alexandria. And you don't need to know any more than that. Ew, beer. Okay, I used to think that, and then I had like some beer, or maybe I used to think that when I was young and hip. But now that I'm 60 years old, like beer is great. Beer is so nice if you're like 60 years old. And I am 60 years old, so it's pretty great. This is kind of a gaudy, like, let's see, like golden shower. Can we turn this on? Can't turn it on. I want to turn on the golden shower, but it's not letting me, so we're not doing that, I guess. A lot of beers aren't good. Most beers are like whatever, but I like Guinness for some reason. I think it's because it makes me feel my age. I think it makes me feel like my age, and I get to kind of think, yeah, I'm old now. Which is reassuring because I'm usually like, my youthful appearance kind of still gets me ID checked occasionally. I first had alcohol when I was like 7. I hope that was a good experience and not like a terrible one. But I'm just gonna assume that it was good and like it wasn't anything that was too bad. Do you know what that means? I think I do now, yeah. Okay, I'm not saying that again. Yep, okay. Yep, yeah, okay, yep. Mm-hmm. I've never had it since and I hate the mere scent of it. Okay, but have you had like a nice fancy cocktail?
LMAOO.
Have you had a nice cocktail? With like garnishing and sprinkles and like colorful fruits on it? Like have you ever had a nice cocktail like that? Because that might change your opinion on alcoholic beverages. It might. No guarantees, but it might. Stone gray panels. Mount device. Ah, there we go. Oh, 7 your search history. I'm not searching that up. I think I'm aware. I think I am now. I've gathered enough context clues and I figured it out through sheer inference that I don't want to look that up. I'm good. You can put vodka and an OG and call it a cocktail. Dude, okay, no joke. I bought like a whiskey. So it's not like a good whiskey. It's like a cheap like store whiskey, like a supermarket whiskey. But like but I bought like a whiskey, and the only reason I bought it was because it came with like a nice glass, because they were doing a promotion. Anyways, I got the glass and I got the whiskey back home, and honestly the glass was a more worthy purchase than the whiskey itself. It was very mid, and their idea for a cocktail was like, okay, put the whiskey in, put like soda water, what do you call that? That's like the fizzy water, soda water, fizzy root. It's not root beer. It's like I don't know what it is, but you put that in, you mix it with the sparkling water, not soda water. What? Sparkling water.
Sparkling water, soda water. Yeah.
Yeah. Are those interchangeable? I don't know. Anyways, you put this sparkling water in, and then you add like a slice of orange and obviously you put the whiskey in there as well, and then that's a cocktail. And I tried it and it's okay, but like if that's all it takes to make a cocktail, you could make one at home. You could totally make one at home, and it was okay. It was not too bad. It's also called soda water. Okay, got it. I wasn't sure because I was just thinking fizzy, and I was thinking like because it's got air in it, so I was thinking soda. But yeah. What the hell is it leaking? Why is it leaking? I can't crouch. I don't have... There's no crouch button. It's stopped now, I think. Whatever. Get a load of this guy called the bottle glass. What's next? You call gasoline? No, I called the glass. The bottle of whiskey came with a glass. Checkmate. Atheists. Okay, where do I put this? Here. You can also do that with Japanese whiskey. It's called Japanese highball. I haven't tried doing it myself. I've tried a Japanese highball, I think, and enjoyed it. Where does the damn wood cabinet go? Here? I guess it would go here, right? Yeah. Yep. Burr. I wanted to say something and then I said burr. I said, yeah. I wanted to say, yeah, that sounds right. And then but, and then I just burr. Christmas. I'm gonna just give a heads up now as well, now that it's in my mind. But I'm probably not gonna do a Christmas karaoke stream because because I might be busy over Christmas with like family, so I don't think I'll be able to do a Christmas karaoke like I did last time, which is, you know, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Don't expect anything from me or whatever. Yeah, like I don't think I can, because I need to like hang out with my family. I don't think I'll have much time to stream at all, actually, much this Christmas. I'll try to, but it won't be as... I won't be doing as much stuff as I did last year. Yeah. So, letting everyone know now, so you know, like, not to expect it. So if I do end up making time for it, you can be pleasantly surprised. Mirror module. Question: do the Alexandrians not drink sparkling water because the bubbles are too spicy? I don't think that the Alexandrians have a problem with sparkling water, but I'm not sure. Don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Could never just do liquor with sparkling water though. That's gross. Like vodka, ginger ale, whiskey, coke. Sure, whiskey with carbonated water is yucky. I kind of same. Because I'll just have straight whiskey. Like, just give it to me, doc. I need my medicine now. Don't, like, you know, water it down. I need that shit directly now. I'm never gonna, like, get drunk otherwise. Please. Please, I need this. Like, every time I say please, I think of that, like...
Please, me, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless.
It's an old meme, but it's an old thing. You can tell my age from the things I laugh at, okay? But it's funny, okay? It's every time I think please, I think please, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. Yeah. I already bought 2 mirror modules. What do you want from me? These are smaller ones, okay. Where do we put the smaller ones? Here? We're gonna put one here so you can stare at yourself while, like, through the shower while you're pooping as well. And then the other way around as well. If you ever wanted to look at... I just want to get this done at this point. Soap. Alright, where do we put soap? That goes here. It's really nice soap. It looks nice. Towels here. This is actually so nice. I would live in this. Well, of course I would live in this. It's a big ass house. Of course I would. I'm gonna put this here and here. Okay. I've been thinking of that speed clip all week as well. I don't know why. Like, it's the type of thing that's like, when it was first popular and funny, I thought it was okay. I was like, yeah, that's kind of funny. But then once the dust has settled, and it's no longer the trendy thing to laugh at anymore, and I'm going back and just like watching the clip again, like every moment of this is so funny. Speed's reaction is okay, and I think people like meme his reaction to it a lot. I think his reaction is kind of funny, but really the gold is in like the kid going like, my mama's kind of homeless. Please, I just want to help her out. And like you wondering like, is this kid lying? Or are they telling the truth? If they're lying and by saying that their mom is kind of homeless and they're trying to help her out. That is such a huge like lie. That is such an awful lie to tell. But like on the other hand, if it were real, why would you say that, man? Why would you say this? Why do you think a Fortnite tournament would help your probably like awful current socioeconomic situation? Like this is a drop in the bucket, man. You're gonna need more structural support. What's the kid like? That's the thing, is like if he's either lying or like the kid's either lying or is not lying. And if he's lying, it's bad. If he's not lying, it's like worse. Oh. Did they ever find? I don't think so. I don't follow Speed, so I don't really know, but
Please, me, I need this. Please, me, I need this. My mom is
kind of homeless.
I live with my dad.
I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Dude, I'm watching the stream while you try not to.
I don't really care for that's disrespectful as shit, bro. Like, I don't really care for that bit. It's just the beginning bit that really cracks me up. It's the beginning bit that really gets me. It's the desperation. It's Speed. I need this. That's the bit I find funny. Delacerant sconce. Dilacerant. 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 Delicerant. Dilacerant. Delicerant sconce. Why is it like uneven? Okay, now it's even. Everything done. Now we just sell this. And we take a look at our masterpiece. Start with the downstairs, shall we? Can I just get on the thing? I can't. Oh, control is like pause. Okay. I'll just walk down. Here we are. That's the main entrance, right? Did we miss the main entrance the first time around? I feel like we did. Because that wasn't the way we came in.
That was the way we came in, I think. And we were supposed to go to the right, but we didn't know. But I think this is the main entrance. Is there a main entrance? I don't really know. This might be the back entrance. Right? Look at that. Look at that. Nice Christmas decor. With the mistletoes, the wreaths, the stairs. Look at that. We got new bikes. Got these ski boards, these skis. Ski boards? Snowboards and skis. The washing machine is just there. Hold on, let's try. I'm stuck here for some reason. Something is... I need to get out of here. I'm stuck. Please, I need this. Okay, okay. There's plants here. I have a pool table and everything. That's perfect. Look at that. That looks like a smiley face. Got some plants everywhere. Kinda homeless will now inevitably work its way into my regular vernacular. It did for me. Like it did. I now like whenever I need to say that, oh, I don't know if this is like within my budget or like if this is a bit above my price range, I just say I'm kind of homeless right now. I can't afford this. I'm kind of homeless, trying to help myself out. Look at that. We've got like this nice open kitchen. That's what they call it, right? And like that's what they call these. They're open kitchens. Yeah. This kid wasn't lying, but he's doing better now. Speed reunited with the kid, and his mom confronted Speed about the clip. That's interesting, and it's really funny. And it's still like, if I were the mom, I would say that was funny. This is the storage room, so we don't really need anything here. Got these Christmas stars and lights and decor around. Got the apples here, and the candles, and the snow globe, and the presents, and the Christmas tree. Look at that. Look at that. This line of stars. This line of stars leading to the Christmas tree. So now you can't miss it. You know it's there for sure. You know it's there. There's that fireplace. Incredible real estate in Moonrise Bay, now for sale. There's what else is there? That's kind of it, I think. Wait, hold on. What's in this room? There's a bathroom with like candles too. Look at that. In case you needed them, right? There's a nice sauna here that I didn't contribute to at all. I think... Oh, I want to be in a sauna now. Oh my god. I should stop looking at this. It's making me feel like... Whatever. Whatever. So it's got a nice bathroom, you know. Bedroom here. Office space. You could stream here. You could probably stream. You could probably stream House Flipper on this computer. You could probably do that. I'm assuming kind of homeless implies like moving between hotel and motel rooms or living in the back of your car as opposed to just straight up being on the street. So I think what I interpreted from kind of homeless is like there you don't have a permanent address. Which is like a very... Because different countries have different definitions of homelessness, right? I think like kind of homeless is like you don't have a permanent address. Which, you know, is not at all a good thing. I don't know why I had to even clarify that, but you know. Is that not what I just said? Yeah, that is kind of what you just said. I just phrased it a little better. No, I didn't phrase it. I phrased it in like the way
that like a government policymaker would like phrase it. But it's like the same thing. I think we said the same thing. All these decorations. Very nice, very nice. We've been here. We've been there. We need to go up the second floor now. Second floor, up the stairs, up the stairs. Clean. Snow shoveled away. Well done. What else? Ski. Is that a ski? That's a ski. A singular one. Another one here with socks, by the way. But there's a nice, wonderful view out into the, like, the hailstorm that's headed our way. Into this room, this other bedroom we've got here. That is just so cozy, actually. And now we've got the stars. Do 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 do, rewrite the stars. Isn't that like a song? That's a song from a musical. That's a song. Somebody sang that. From like a musical starring Zac Efron, I think. Anyways. That's like Greatest Showman, isn't it? Isn't that from Greatest Showman? I don't remember. Just repeating women's ideas and taking them for your own. You really are a misogynist. That's like all of my feminism streams so far have been like, I own none of these ideas. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just reading what another woman said. Because that is the most respectful thing I could do right now. Okay, that was actually like good. Okay, it's actually good that I do that. And I actually respect women so much, and that's why I do it. Speaking of the misogyny allegation, address the rest of them. Go down the list. You have like 30 left. I have 30 allegations. Can we just rapid fire these? Can we? I want to rapid fire these. Okay, the house is like done. The house is done. It's a nice house. It's a nice ass house. This is a wonderful, brilliant house. I'm gonna not stand outside because it's cold. I'm gonna go back inside where it's warmer. By the fireplace. Right here. Can I sit on the couch? I can sit on this one. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and address them. Can you sweep the outside? There's nothing to sweep in the outside. It's like you can't really sweep it, I think. Okay. Are you a wizard? I've been accused of like being I've been Harry Pottered like a few times. Like I was hanging out in front of a store, and it's not even just some person unfamiliar with Potter. It was like clearly this like this like mid to late 20s British woman who like I was hanging outside a store waiting for my friends to finish. Because I had already made my purchases and I'm just like hanging around outside like a Poundland or something. And this like mid to late 20s woman came by and was like, looked at me. Well, I think she looked at me first because I wasn't looking at her. I was like looking somewhere else. I wasn't looking at my phone, but I was like looking somewhere else. But then she kind of came up to me and was like, what's going on, Harry Potter? And then I went, huh? And I was so taken aback that I was called Harry Potter. Not by someone who's like, and I knew that I looked like Harry, like that the resemblance was there because it was a British person saying that. And then she started like talking to me about like some party that was happening somewhere around here. And I was like, that's cool, but I'll be all right. And she's like, all right, whatever, man. Just let me alone. Anyway, so like, am I a wizard? No, but like I've been mistaken for one, I think. That answers your question. You get invited to parties, what? Well, I didn't go because I don't like them, but I do But I do, like, I feel as though if I were to stand around in the right areas and the right times, I would probably pass some sort of, like, vague vibe check that would enable someone probably kind of high to invite me to a party. So I guess, you know, I didn't know this person. Like, I've never talked to this person since, but I don't know their name. I don't know what her name is, but, you know, whatever. So, like, so I guess I'm like a wizard. I'm pretty sure the wizard question was like more like, are you a 40-plus-year-old virgin? Well, I'm 60 years old, and the latter half of that is none of your business. Actually, it's don't worry about it. Are you literally Patrick Bateman? I have never murdered anyone with an axe. That's like super illegal, and that would put me in jail. And the fact that I'm not in jail now means I didn't do that. So no, I'm not literally Patrick Bateman. I think for real. I've not watched American Psycho, but I know that scene where he's like, I've seen that, like, the screenshots of that scene in particular, like, not beyond the obvious ones. The obvious ones are like, you know, him with the headphones walking down the corridor or something, and then another one where he's like, yes, very nice, now show me your business card or whatever, right? When he's trading business cards with people. I've seen all of those, right? What is the point of addressing the allegations if you're gonna brush past them? What are you talking about? I said no, I'm not talking about it, right? Like, wait, I didn't brush past them. I addressed them head on. But yeah, anyways, I'm not Patrick Bateman for real. But I do know that one scene where he's like having sex with a woman, right? And he's like looking at a mirror, except it's not in like a way that's to like, not in like a, I don't know how to say this, but like not in a way that's like with the other woman. He's looking at the mirror like out of sight of the woman, and he's like staring at himself, I think. And he's doing like a finger pose at the mirror to himself. And that was probably like, I don't know the surrounding context of that scene, but that was kind of relatable. That was like a little relatable. Oh. And he's like flexing. That's so funny, dude. I need to watch that. I need to watch that. Adding that, I'm classifying that as like feminist literature.
He's just a narcissist.
Okay, yeah. There's like, it was written by a woman, I think, the story. So I'm gonna add that to like the pile of feminist literature, I suppose. Can you use? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you use chopsticks? Yes. I learned to use them, and I use them. I use This is the weird part. I eat crisps, which are potato chips for you Americans. I eat crisps with chopsticks because I don't want it getting all over my fingers. And the sooner you learn this forbidden technique, the earlier you'll thank me. And the more like, and the less of a mess you'll make going forward. Novel was a man actually, but the film was directed. It's not pretentious. It's because I don't want to get my fingers dirty. What if you want to dip them? I don't really dip things. I don't really feel the urge to dip anything. But it also, what if I need to dip them, I'll just dip them.
Hi everyone. Knowing Shara's sense of feng shui, I'm scared to ask for a room tour.
It's great. Look at this, maybe. It's wonderful. But like, yeah, no, you can just, if you need to dip it in something, you can just use your you can just dip it in them. You can dip the things holding, while you're holding them with your chopsticks. You can do that. I don't believe you. Okay, well, I'll show you the room tour again at the end. Because I already did the room tour once, but yeah. I'm like rapid fire going through all the allegations now. Is it true you eat eggs more often? Oh, I've already addressed that. Are you... Yeah. Do you hide evidence for the ability to lick your own elbows? I can't. I just tried it. I can't do that. I can't lick my own elbows. I just can't do it. So there's nothing to hide. I just can't do it. How do you even do that? What? I can't lick my own elbows. I can? That's weird. What? How do you... I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Whatever. Are you maidenless? Let me once again regale you with the tales of Miss Country. I need to, like... Okay, let me add... And while I regale you with this story...
Hand to shoulder blade, lick elbow, profit. I don't know.
Please don't. Well, you keep asking me if I'm maidenless, and every time you do that, I have to bring up that one time I turned down Miss Country. It physically pains me to tell... Okay, let me add something else to the story then. Or anyways, maybe let me not tell the story again, but let me just like give you a quick refresher before I add the new lore that I kind of like, that was a kind of self-revelation I had recently. Basically at some point I was traveling with some friends on a train, and we were talking, and then someone behind us, because we were like sitting in like a in our part of the train, there weren't that many people. It was just like it was just me and my friends, and this one other girl who sat like a few rows behind us. But because there was nobody else in the train, you could feel free to go wherever you wanted. Like you could just swap seats, and you know they wouldn't care. Anyways, the girl like looked over as we were talking, and then kind of like made an advance towards us. And eventually greeted us. Hey, oh, I heard you were talking about this. Well, that's really interesting because I wanted to join the conversation and talk, and I'm censoring it because it's like it pertains to information that might narrow stuff down, so I'm not going to. Anyways, then my two other friends who were like at the time like more engaged with the conversation with this new girl had fallen asleep, because this was right after we stayed up all night because we missed like a bus that we were supposed to take, so we had to buy like train tickets instead, in order to not fuck up our like travel schedule any further. So then I started, so then they both fell asleep, so it was just me and Miss Country, and we were just like talking for hours on this train, and she basically kept, among other things, and I will spare you the details, but among other things, kept propositioning that, you know, that we should hang out, and that she actually studies where we studied at the time, or like nearby, and then like her dorm is nearby, and like she insinuated that like she was really bored and was inviting me over. And kept touching my arm. So it's like, you know, there's like some idea. I had some clue of what was going on. And then like ended up getting her number, I think. Yeah, we exchanged like contacts and names and all that. And I was like, that's a cool name. Got her number, everything. And she was like, yeah, hit me up when you know, get back, and then we should, you know, you should come hang out at my room. It's like literally, like she literally said, come hang out at my room. And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then I never contacted her again. And this, in fact, that makes you more maidenless than if you didn't have a Miss Country story. Turning something down does not make you not maidenless. That actually means you don't have any history of maidens in your harem. That is not at all what that implies. I'm just telling you that, whatever. Anyways, long story short, like I didn't talk to her after that at all. Like I had her number and everything, I just like didn't. And several reasons. that I don't feel comfortable sharing because it's like a bit too personal, and like the vibe I got from her was a little not weird in like the I think she's a weird person, but I can tell you now, and this is kind of a recent revelation. It was like I realized that I found her slightly off-putting, not because she was herself weird, but it felt as though she was very like how do I like vulnerable, I think, to some extent. Here's what I mean. Like it really what I mean is like at the time I got the impression from her conversation that she just she just never in her life had the opportunity to have like a real heart-to-heart with anyone who was willing to sit down and like listen to her struggles and like talk to her as another human being, which is what I was doing. And because of that, and because of how like isolated she probably felt and how stressed out from stuff, and she was like studying to be like she was like a Miss Country who was also in med school. I think that's like the extra lore you guys will get, I guess. Don't like try to cross reference this or whatever, but you know, anyways, so she and like that probably put a certain amount of like pressure, and combined with the fact that she's Miss Country meant that a lot of the attention she got was probably very vapid, very superficial attention. And she wanted that like deeper connection with probably someone else, but couldn't find that because all people would talk about was probably like her, you know, outward appearance or whatever. Whereas I sat there and for 3 hours, I did not at all once really mention the fact that, or I only really mentioned that it was impressive that she's doing all of this while also being like a Miss Country. That's just cool. And then for the rest of the 3 hours, I just talked about like Friedrich Nietzsche, and I talked about like my dissertation, and half the time, maybe 60% of the time I was talking about that. The other bit of that time, we were talking about like, just like academic struggles and pressure and like, you know, like her own shit. Anyways, like I think looking back now, and I've thought about, trust me, I've thought about this like a lot. But looking back now, like I think the reason why I turned her down, or I didn't like pursue this any further, was like I thought, like I felt like I would have been taking advantage of her, which is not what happened. Like I didn't approach her first knowing her circumstances and then try to like butter her up or whatever. That's not what happened at all. Like I was minding my own business and then she came to talk to me, so it wasn't like anything like that. But I still nonetheless felt like a little like I don't know if she's in the right headspace, and that's kind of off-putting for me. And that's like, think in hindsight, probably why I actually turned her down. Was like I just didn't really feel comfortable with the idea of like, you know, being the like thing at this person's low point. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. You didn't even try to keep it platonic. You should have went to her room and wowed her with your philosophy degree. Women love that. Okay, like you say that, but that was literally what I was doing on the train, like in our conversation, and that's why she was so eager to like give me her number. Was because for like 3 hours all I did was just like listen to her talk about her feelings and then like talk about stuff that is not vapid and superficial, which is apparently like, you know, probably a pretty high bar, I guess. I've mentioned her medical degree before. Have I? Okay. I don't remember mentioning that at all. But anyways, yeah, that's what she was doing. What does Miss Country mean? Like she had a country accent? Miss Country means that she was a winner of like a Miss something pageant. That's something being a country. That's what I mean. Like she was a Miss Country winner, like a beauty pageant for like her country. And she like won and shit. That's what Miss Country means. Sorry, I realize that might not have been clear to anyone hearing that story for the first time. Even though I've not shut up about this every time someone gives me the maidenless accusations. Yeah, so like a Miss America, but like for a country that I'm not going to disclose because that would be a little, you know, then you could really start like lasering it down. And I really don't want you to do that, but like a Miss Country, that's all you'll know. The fact that you keep mentioning your maiden list by bringing up one specific story just implies you don't have any other stories. No, it means I don't have any other stories I want to share on stream because the other ones are like they're really personal entanglements that I like can't explain without going into a lot of history about myself that I really don't want to. That I really don't want to get into. Anyways, like I think that like reflection was helpful on like the Miss Country ordeal because like I realized it explained a lot. Like when I thought about that, really, I sat down and I was like, oh yeah, that's why I felt uncomfortable with that. And then then I had the reassurance of like, no, it's not because it's probably not because I'm not into women. Because I had that. I was like, I think like post the Miss Country thing was, or at least it coincided with like my bi curiosity phase, because I was like, maybe I'm into men. Like if I turned Miss Country down, then maybe I'm into men instead. And then like I, you know, for like a little while I entertained the thoughts, and then I actually started like trying to see men in like a romantic or sexual way, and I just couldn't, or at least I didn't enjoy it at all. And I was like, yeah, no, this is not it. But then, like, I kind of realized, like, no, I am into women. It's just, like, the various circumstances for which I might have been propositioned had made me uncomfortable in one way or another. And I just have, like, a really strong willpower. Bi-curious phase? Yeah, like, for, like, a little while. I was like, maybe I'm into men. And then quickly, almost in, like, a few months, of just... I didn't even, like, actually... like date any men. I didn't even talk to any, like, no, I talked to men obviously, but like I didn't actually date any men. I didn't even flirt with them. I just started like paying attention to men more and realized like, no, I can't like do this. This is not it. I like women. I think I'm into women. So that was short-lived. Was it a few months? It might have been like a bit longer than that, but like it's over. Like it's over. Like, I'm not there anymore. Spill the tea? No. That's all the tea. That's a lot more information than you need from me. I don't even know why I said all that. I really shouldn't have. I should stop. I'm gonna drink water and, like, end stream soon. I need to go through the rest of the allegations. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, what the hell? Where are we on? Are you a Tsundere? Okay, I already answered that. Is it true that you had a one-night stand with Aristotle? No, because I'm not into men. His straight awakening. It wasn't like an awakening. My straight awakening was like actually trying to think about men sexually or like romantically and realizing like I'm not into this at all. This is not great at all. I don't like this. I think I prefer women. And then that was all it took. And I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I had to double check. Like, you have to double check, right? Is it true that you had a blooper reel at the end of your first apology video? I've not made an apology video yet, but if I do, I'm going to include a blooper reel. Is parrot a crow or a raven? Parrot is a crow. The fact that you gave it even an hour, more than an hour of thought is really funny, though. Well, like, because, you know, maybe I am gay. You know what I mean? For turning down Miss Country. Like, every time I say Miss Country, I have to be really careful not to say the actual country name. Because, but, like, maybe I am gay, was what I thought to myself. Because I was like, what other reason would I have for turning her down? Now I've been, like, it was somewhat recently, I've been able to synthesize a reason, and it's like, I think I was uncomfortable because it felt as though I was somehow taking advantage of her, even though that wasn't the case, objectively speaking, or at least I don't think so. It probably just felt like it because she was in, like, a not so great like mental headspace. And I don't really want to be with people who are like in a not so good mental headspace because I don't know how to deal with that. What if Dr. Isha was a real person? Yeah, so I realized like every single fictional like crush I've had on a male character is because I want to be them way more than I want to be with them. That's the eternal bi question, right? The eternal bi question is like, do you want them or do you want to be them? And to me, I realized for the men, all the men, or almost all the men, I wanted to be them. Or I wanted to be like them, and not actually be with them. Whereas for the women I've had a fictional women I've had a crush on, it's like, I don't want to be that, but like I want to be with that. I want to be around that. That's like the mentality, I think. I turned down a conventionally attractive man but never questioned my sexuality. Then like that's good or not. I don't know. Questioning yourself is good. I would, but maybe I'm biased because I have 2 philosophy degrees, so whatever. Do you purposely? Sorry. Next question. Next allegation. Do you purposefully stream my favorite games when I work so I can't see them? No, maybe I don't, because I don't know what your work schedule is. I don't want to know what your work schedule is, because it is not relevant information to me. Next allegation. Is it true that you crashed out at the Birmingham Pride Parade in 1991 and you were super hammered? I don't actually think I've ever been at a Pride Parade. I have not been invited to one, and I certainly really didn't want to invite myself to one, because I didn't feel like I'd be there contributing much. I'm like supportive of my like queer friends in general, but none of them have extended an invitation to like a parade with me because not because they think like I would go there and like do a hate crime, but probably because they knew I'd be awkward and I would just like I wouldn't maybe I just wouldn't jive with the atmosphere very well. It is funny though, because I don't spend my time thinking about women when I'm single, but I can still undoubtedly think of times where I've had crushes on women. Do you not like think about women sometimes at all? Okay, well, whatever. I don't know why that doesn't even matter, actually. I think about women a lot. Yeah, that's like the only thing you think about, Zero. We know. Did you open the door?
That's not true.
Did you open the door to the Vienna Academy of Film for Werner Herzog for him to steal a film camera?
I have other thoughts too.
I like how Parrot is trying very hard to help you, to defend you, but no, it's not working. I did not open the door to the Vienna Academy. No, a film. I like film. I considered film studies. Then I realized that I was a little better at this other thing, philosophy. And ultimately, even though I was passionate about films, I wasn't that passionate because I hadn't watched that many. And I just asked myself, like, do I really like films or do I like the idea of films? And I think I liked the idea of films more than actual films. I still like actual films, but I haven't watched a single film in like 2025. I could have, but I hadn't. Not, at least not in the cinemas. I have not been to the cinemas in well over a year, so I can't say I'm that much of a cinephile. Did you use a time machine to baby Quentin Tarantino and show him feet pics? That would be really fucked up if I went up to a child and showed them pictures of feet. So no, I didn't do that. Especially if it's like in a provocative, arousing way. Like, this is a baby we're talking about here. Whatever. Watching films in your Discord counts as watching? I guess, but it's not like, I'm not at a cinema, okay? It's not real until I'm in a cinema. I'm usually thinking about men, but I would never consider myself straight for a second. I think about who I have attraction to in that particular moment, I guess. I think about all my past mistakes, but that's another time. Did you throw the first brick at Stonewall? I don't think I've ever thrown a brick at all. And certainly wouldn't aim it at people because of the legal ramifications of it. So, no. Did you shoot Archduke Ferdinand? That I cannot confirm nor deny. Though I certainly see why you would think that. Are you a lesbian?
I am too, but if I'm thinking about people in an intimate context.
Okay, sure, fair enough. Are you a lesbian? No. I have been accused of being a lesbian several times in my life. And more once I started streaming for some reason. But I'm not a lesbian because I'm comfortably a man. And I say comfortably now, but not always. I wasn't always comfortably a man. But watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventures made me comfortably a man. Prior to that, I was like uncomfortably a man. But then post JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, part 5, I was comfortably masculine again. But if I were like a woman, I might be into other women, yeah. I don't know. If I were a woman, then I would probably be into, yeah, if I were a woman, I would probably into other women. So, like, I guess, like, I'm not a lesbian, but, like, I feel like I could relate more to a lesbian than, like, a gay guy. Because I'm more united in that than, I don't know, actually, I have no idea. Did you cause the Great Molasses Flood in Boston in 1927? No. I wouldn't cause any floods. I used to shower a lot, and then that would cause like a mini flood. Or I used to shower for a long time. Not like a lot. What do you mean a lot? You shower every day, right? No. I used to shower for very long stretches of time because I would just let the water hit me while I thought about like my life. And I realized later when I started having to pay for my own bills that I realized like that shit was a huge waste of water, and I stopped doing it. So then I stopped flooding the bathroom as well. So no, I was not responsible for any floods. Did you orchestrate the St. Valentine's Massacre? Is that like, what does that mean? Is that like people were having a fun time on Valentine's Day, like just hanging out with each other as couples, and then I was jealous and I threw like a Molotov there or something? No, I don't think so. What is this? Seven members of Chicago's North Side Gang on St. Valentine's Day. The men were gathered at Lincoln Park. Not like not that one. Chicago garage when between 4 and 6 men entered, 2 of whom were disguised as police officers. 7 men were lined up facing a wall and shot with Thompson machine guns and a shotgun. 70 rounds were fired from the Thompsons, and 1 cartridge was discharged from the shotgun. Six of the victims died immediately. 1 lived for a short while but refused to identify the killers. The murders occurred amid the competition for control of organized crime in the city during Prohibition. Ah. Police and historians have speculated that the murders were an attempt to kill the head of the Northside Gang, George Bugs Moran, although he had not arrived by the time the attack started. No, I didn't do that one. Did you give Herbert Hoover financial advice leading to the Great Depression in 1929? I feel like if I gave anyone I'm sorry, I can't speak. If I gave anyone financial advice, it would lead to their Great Depression, no matter the year. So no, but possibly is my answer to that allegation. Would you play mermaids? And when I asked for further clarification, I was told it was like, would I pretend to be a mermaid in like a pool? Like, I guess, but then if I had to put on like a mermaid suit, I'd feel really uncomfortable. There's that clip online of like this woman at like an exhibit somewhere who had to pretend to be a mermaid, I think. And she was like underwater greeting people, and then she had to get up and out of the water. But then she couldn't do it. Or like she was struggling to, so she like kicked off her like mermaid flipper costume and just swam up like froggy style, and it was so funny because I would do that in a heartbeat for sure. The question is, would you play mermaids with us? But usually when you play mermaids, gear is not needed. It is a game of the mind, much like playing superheroes. Why would you want to play mermaid with me? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. What do you do when you play mermaid? Is it like D&D? Do you roll dice while you pretend to be the mermaids? Is there like an app on your phone? That's probably not the case. It's like, I was gonna ask, is there an app on your phone that keeps like is a game that like, whatever. I'm not even gonna. There are no dice or points. Okay, well, like, no, I guess. I don't think I would. All right. Next allegation. Did you give Cazador arcane knowledge for his ascension? I would not gatekeep knowledge. So if I gave Cazador knowledge for his ascension, I would also give that same knowledge to everyone else. That's what I would do. Next allegation. Did you direct Ratatouille? I've seen like 5 minutes of that, and I'm delighted to tell you that no, I don't think I did. My directing work is probably a little better than that. Did you start the Black Plague? I have coughed and spread like a disease to family members, but not like. But I don't think I did that. That was like in that. When was the Black Plague? Black Plague. From 1346 to 1353. I wasn't alive then, okay? I was alive in 1965, not 1346. I know that's the same to you because that's still like in the past, but it's different for me, okay? I wasn't born then. Hey Kara, since you've been streaming for 2 years, do you have a TV Tropes page? I've not been streaming for 2 years yet. Please don't tell me that. I will feel old. And no, I don't have a TV Tropes page. I don't know what that is. Why would I be on TV? Don't put me on a TV. Don't put me on a TV. Chairman, you should join Iron Mouse VTubers Marvel Rivals Cup. If I get an invitation from Iron Mouse to do like almost anything, I would just say yes. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think I'm part of that. I don't think I'm cool enough to be a part of that group. That's not true. You said you were 60 forever. Nuh-uh. I said I will be 60 forever.
You sign up. They still have room.
They're not going to invite a VTuber with 600 subscribers, I think. I just don't think that's happening. Also, I'm ass at Marvel Rivals. I can't play that game at all. I'm so bad at it. Although I haven't played it since I switched to my current setup, so maybe I could try again, but I don't know. Don't tempt me. I will stream you on different TVs. Don't do that, please, God. At least you're not an anti-vaxxer. I just got like a jab a week ago, so no, I don't think I am. You should form a league group with all the other educated VTubers and test everyone's humanity. Playing League of Legends with like all the other educated VTubers, that's like fucked up. That's so fucked up. That is funny though. Can you address the parrot mistreatment? Will you give him a 401k? In the United States, a 401k plan is an employer-sponsored defined contribution personal pension saving account. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. No. Parrot is not getting any pension because Parrot is not getting paid for anything because he's not producing quality work that justifies that payment. Solo queue league is a sanity test. Don't have to tell me twice. Don't have to tell me twice. Does Parrot get dental? I don't think he needs it. His teeth are fine. He is the quality entertainment. I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to choose to ignore that. And then finally, the last question, which we've already answered as well, or I've already answered as well. Is it true you actually like us? That's already been covered on today's stream. And it's that in either scenario, I have to say no. It's true. It's true that I have to say no. Even if I were lying, I'd still say no. So, you know, tough luck, I guess, or something. Can all our money go to Parrot? No, it's gonna go to, like, our team first if it goes to anything or one. Okay, I'm actually so tired. Thank you everyone for joining me today. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna leave. I will come back with a stream tomorrow. We're gonna do r/kitchen cells tomorrow. 2 hours post standard Karas Euphranor time, because tomorrow it's standard Karas Euphranor time, and I'm gonna ping people for that too. Although it's not gonna be on my channel. I will be playing Genshin Impact with Millennium on her channel. So I'll probably like ping everyone to just like I'll ping like the watch notification people that, hey, I'm playing Genshin Impact if you care for that at all. And at like standard time, at standard stream time. And then we'll do that for like about 2 hours before I'll probably go back and do my own stream on r/kitchen cells, where we go scroll like the subreddit r/kitchen cells. It'll be fun. Who's your favorite Genshin Impact character and why is it Arlecchino? Arlecchino is my favorite female character, I think. No, I don't think she's my favorite character, but she's the best designed character. My favorite is probably, unfortunately, the Raiden Shogun. But Arlecchino is like a close second favorite, or maybe third favorite, and I think is the best designed overall. Like if I had to choose one and to nominate for a competition for like character design, it would 100% be Arlecchino. Both are real. Thank you. My Raiden Shogun and my Yai Miko never leave the same team, or they do on they only do that if I'm playing one side Raiden, one side Miko. But this is lore that you that those of you who would watch me probably aren't that familiar with. Anyways, we're gonna play Genshin tomorrow and probably talk about Genshin, Millennium and I, so you can join us for that if you want. We're probably gonna talk about like yaoi because that's what she wants to talk about, I think. I think what she's gonna want to talk about is like all the yaoi pairings in the game and then compare it maybe with the other Hoyo games. So if you want to talk about yaoi or Yuri, that's probably what's gonna happen tomorrow. Probably. Who's your favorite character, Star Rail character other than Ratio? I'd have to say favorite woman. Okay. It's Kafka. I can't even pretend to give like a different answer. It's like 100% Kafka. It is 100% Kafka. I was like unsure about Star Rail, and then I launched the game for the first time, and then I saw her like on the ship doing like playing like the violin, except she wasn't holding a violin, she was just like miming a violin while violin music played. And I was like, maybe we are back. We are back as fuck. And then like I saw everything else about her, I was like, we're so back. This is it. And then like I didn't pull any character. I think I pulled the first like limited character, or I like tried for the first character because I just wanted like I just saw like the cool animations. I was like, yeah, I'll try for the new character. But then after that, like I saved for like 3 patches or however long it took for Kafka to actually come out, and spent all of my currency on Kafka instead. And years later, my Kafka is still relevant. So I like Serval. She's cool. I saw fan art of Serval that made me really tripped me up, because it portrayed her not as like this cosmic unreal, because like most of the Star Rail or Toyoverse characters are very like not surreal but very like larger than life characters, but Serval was portrayed as such like a person, like a real person, that like I felt so uncomfortable, because I was like, my ability to distinguish reality from fiction is fading away when I'm looking at the Serval picture or this like Serval fan art, and like I can't do this anymore. I need to leave. I need to like stop looking at fictional women that are a bit too real, because then they're gonna like, because my brain is gonna start faltering when I need to distinguish between what is real and what isn't. Thanks for the spoiler. What did I spoil? What did I say? What did I talk about? I spoiled the first scene of Honkai Star Rail to you, I think. But like, she doesn't do anything. She's not objectively. Kafka is a very mid character. Objectively, Kafka is hot, and like that's it. Her lore is extremely uninteresting. I do actually like Acheron. I do actually like who else do I like? Maybe Aglaya. I like Aglaya. There's like a new character in like the Greek inspired region called Aglaya, and I like her as well. But yeah, I don't think I feel too strongly about the female characters in Star Rail other than those characters. I love Ratio. I love Ratio and Aventurine. Like Boot Hill. I understand the Boot Hill hype, and I'm with you on it. Although like I think I like him being there. I don't know if he's my favorite character, but I love that he exists. He needed to exist. He occupies a design space that not a lot of other characters are in there for, and it's perfect that he does do that. Okay, I need to leave now. That's what's happening tomorrow, and then I'm not gonna stream on Sunday because I'm like tired. And then next week we will do something else. I don't know what we're doing next week. I'll figure it out, and then when I figure out, I'll tell you. You will know, and then you'll see the schedule on Monday, I think, and then you'll know what happens for the rest of next week. And then I'm actually gonna delay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna delay the the surveillance arc. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm thinking I'm gonna do the surveillance arc probably in January, because I want to ramp up to it, or I want to like give sufficient thought to the whole arc. I don't want it to be too long. I don't want it to be cut up by like Christmas stuff. I want it to be one thing, but I don't want it to be too long. I don't want it to drag. I want to really be sure with the games I want to play and the things I want to read, and like balance out like the more serious, heavier stuff and like the lighter stuff. So we're gonna, in the pursuit of that, delay that to like January or something. In the meantime, I'll still stream, but I'll be like less. It'll be loosely themed things, I guess. Like, I don't think things will be themed together, but they'll be probably, I don't know, actually. I don't know what they will be. Who the hell knows what's happening tomorrow? I don't. I really don't. New year, new eyes in the sky. I don't think there's ever a month specifically that would really work for surveillance, but you know, whatever. Can you play Little Misfortune? I'll consider it. Celeste? Maybe Celeste as well. Will the previous arc ever get a sequel? I would love a sequel via in February. Generally arcs can get sequels. There's no reason why an arc, why I can't do like another like a second or third or, you know, continuation of a previous arc, because an arc is just a theme, right? An arc is just exploring a theme, and then I come into the theme with a specific expectation, or like maybe not hypothesis, but like a specific expectation, and I walk out of that arc with a conclusion of some kind. There are many things to speculate about and postulate about, and many things to conclude on. So yeah. In addition to that, there are two evergreen type arcs that unfortunately I don't think I'll ever escape, because I don't think you guys will let me. And those are the February event. Those are the February and the October events. Like, you will pester me and bother me every day of those 2 months if I were not playing a romantic game or a horror game respectively, and I know that. So I'm not gonna try to fight it. I'm gonna like embrace it. And although those two are not genres of games I typically play, because of the fact perhaps that I don't typically play them, I will try to like embrace them and enjoy them for those months in particular. Because like if a new dating sim comes out, I'm not gonna be like, whoa, a dating sim. Like, that's just not really my thing. But you know, I might do it for like February. And I might do another sequel to another thing, like the AI arc. I feel like deserves a sequel for sure. Not sure what to do with it yet, but I definitely think I need to talk about AI more. Don't know what that will look like though. We'll see. Would you ever consider playing Rue Valley since you'll never play Disco Elysium? I might play Disco Elysium eventually. I have the game and I do plan to stream it eventually. But I just don't know when to do it. Rue Valley I have on my wish list. I think I have it on my wish list, I think. If memory serves. Yeah, but whatever. Games can be on the recommendation channel, or game recommendations can be on the recommendation channel. Put that there. That's on the Discord. You can ping me for more questions or allegations if you would like to send me more allegations or whatever to address. And because of that, what am I saying? I'm losing my train of thought. I'm actually really tired right now. Goodbye. I'm gonna go now. Cocaine Chan is begging me to play Disco Elysium, so if I played it more, it would motivate me. Well, I need to find the time to play it myself, because I need to like make sure that it doesn't, you know, whatever. I'm thinking about it, and I'm just basically, okay, when the opportune moment presents itself, I'm going to play Disco Elysium. The opportune moment has not presented itself. Therefore, I'm currently not playing Disco Elysium. Okay, that's the logic of it. Goodbye. Wait, no, hold on. I can't say goodbye yet. I haven't done a house tour. Because maybe missed the house tour. Shit. This is the kitchen. This is the living room. This is the table. This is the kitchen again. This is the pool table. This is the bathroom. This is the sauna room. This is this is like a not an office space. There's a little office space here, but this is like a bedroom, and then this is like all of the first. This is like just like a storage room for like sport equipment here. You can go up here in the second floor, and you know there's a bathroom here. There's a golden.
Go ahead and log out for me.
Yep, I'm doing that. And then there's like a bedroom. There's another bedroom here. That's it. That's the whole room. Yep, that's it. That's everything. I've completed the task. Everything done. Goodbye. Good job. Yes, complete. There has to be a TV in the bedroom.
She
Thanks
was
for the
like,
tip.
I've seen enough.
Last question. When you eat your crisps, do you split the bag or keep it intact? I keep it intact. I like to keep things intact when I open them. Okay, I'm out of here. And you should be out of here too. Goodbye. Favorite crisp flavor? I don't really have one. I like salt, original salted. That's all. That's my preference. You never answered my one question, so I'll never ask again. What was the question? What was the question, Lynn? I didn't see a question from you. Lynn, what is the question? How do I check someone's like message history? You didn't ask me a question. You lied. You didn't ask me a question. That's not real.
Bye everyone.
It's not real. It's not real. I did, and I scrolled through. There is no question there. So you are mistaken, not me. Or YouTube is mistaken. I don't know, whatever. You really want to ask it, you can ask me again next stream. You can just ask me again next stream, it's fine. I'm literally streaming tomorrow. Make me a mod, make me a mod. No, no. I alone will bear this power.